Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Garhdo Goes Geek. Today, for their 60th anniversary, I am going to be talking about one of my favourite things ever, which is the comics, the X-Men. Now, the X-Men line of comics, I have loved ever since I read my first issue, which was years ago. I've spoken about the X-Men animated series before, but this is the first time I'm really looking at the comics. So, hopefully you'll join me. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's probably going to be a bit of a long one. This episode, like many others, was one that was originally planned for 2023 and was specifically planned to align with a major franchise anniversary or something else that would serve as a talking point for the contents of this episode. However, like many other episodes, it was being released or recorded during the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA strikes against the American Motion Picture Association. As a result, this episode and many others have been held back because the clarification regarding content creation from SAG-AFTRA and the WGA specified that review content was allowed, including critical appraisal and/or analysis of shows and films, however not discussion, interview, comedic conversation, watch-along, rewatch, or reaction content. As I felt that this stipulation was something that would prevent me from discussing some of the topics that I wish to in the way that I wish to, even if the works I was discussing were not related to films that were in active development or were previous films. I did not want to breach the strikes, as I fully support the WGA and SAG-AFTRA in their strikes, as well as anyone else who decides to strike. If there is a strike, I am always on the side of the union striking, never on the side of the big corporate entities behind it. As a result, this episode has been held back. It is being released for you now that the strikes are over. I hope you will enjoy this content. I've worked very hard on it despite everything else. Please enjoy. There's a meme I read on Tumblr a few years ago now, and it was discussing the idea of what everyone's first comic book was. And it was saying that if people come up to you and ask you, where they get into comics, people will suggest, Watchmen or The Dark Knight Returns or, some other big, well-known, well-regarded story. And in the example of both of those, especially, they're also deconstructionist takes of the medium. Very, very good deconstructionist takes. I think Dark Knight Returns, especially, is a lot better than I remember the last time I reread it. In terms of what it's doing with its art as well as its storytelling, in terms of deconstructing the medium. But the meme goes on to say, people will recommend this to people as their first comic when their own first comic was some random issue of X-Men that they bought off the shelf in a comic book store that was part 10 of 17 in an ongoing story arc, and they had no idea what was going on, and it was filled with characters they didn't know. And it is so true. It is so accurate for myself, especially. I started reading comics in the 90s when I was a child. I say a child, I was a preteen. And, I started reading, I'd watched things like the X-Men animated series, which I've spoken about before, and absolutely loved it. And so, when I saw an X-Men comic in the shops, damn right I picked that up.
And I picked it up, and my first issue of X-Men was a British comic called Amazing X-Men. And it was a reprint of 2 issues from America, but not even the full issue. It was about, I think it was about 16 pages from one story and about 8 pages from the other, creating like this 22-30 page magazine with adverts. And it was only like a couple of quid. And that was the first comic I bought. That wasn't like the Beano or Sonic the Comic or things like this. This was my first proper American comic. The X-Men issue that was included was one of the X Factor chapters of the 90s crossover, the Muir Island Saga. Now, I'll come to the Muir Island Saga later, but the Muir Island Saga is essentially a bringing together of X Factor and the X-Men towards the end of Chris Claremont's run. Like, Chris Claremont left the titles not long after this, after the release of X-Men Volume 2, Issue 1, 2, and 3, which obviously X-Men Volume 2, Issue 1 went on to sell 8 million copies because of its variant covers. I've spoken about all these things before. So, yeah, it was, again, the middle of a story and not even the whole issue, I don't think. I think it might have had the whole issue in. You know, the whole 32 pages, and it might have been that the Generation X story, which was the backup, that might have only been 16 pages. I can't remember. But the Generation X story was like half of issue 6 of Generation X, and the Morlocks had kidnapped Emma Frost, and some of the students were coming to rescue her. I had barely any idea as to who any of these characters were. You know, the X Factor issue featured the team of X Factor, which was the original 5 X-Men of Cyclops, Jean Grey, Iceman, Archangel, and Beast. And obviously I recognized 4 of those from the cartoon. The X-Men team included Forge, who again I kind of knew from the him being a supporting character in the show, Wolverine, Gambit, and Rogue. And I think Psylocke was in it as well. I didn't know who Psylocke was, but I thought she was really cool. She had this amazing, ninja costume, and obviously she looked gorgeous. I was a teenager, preteen, but I had no idea who she was. But I thought she was very cool. Banshee was in it as well, and again, I kind of knew who Banshee was from the cartoon. But in the issue, they were all in these blue and gold standard X-Men uniforms. So I didn't quite recognize them all because they were outside of their iconic outfits. And I must have read that thing cover to cover several dozen times. And just mesmerized by the art. It was Will Portassio's artwork, which was some of the most dynamic things I think I'd ever seen. Of the Image guys, I think Will Portassio was one of the best. And the Generation X art was by Chris Bachalo, who is an artist that I have very mixed feelings about. He draws in a very comic book style, and I've seen, very kind of cartoony, blocky style. And some of his work I've seen look absolutely awful, and some of it I've seen look absolutely incredible. And of course, reading his as well, I knew who Emma Frost was, and I knew who Jubilee was. I had no idea who any of the other characters were, but I remember being mesmerized by Marrow, who was the leader of the Morlocks, and Cinch, who had this amazing power where there was like all these chroma keyed visual effects swirling around him, and the character of Chamber, who had this black pullover like pulled up to just under his nose and spoke in thought bubbles that, because of the first story, I associated with like psychic speak. But beyond the, because Jean was using them in the first issue, the first story. So I didn't realize that these 2 stories were set at wildly different times. The Muir Island Saga came out in like 1990, and Generation X came out in 95, 96. So I had no idea that there were years between them. I had no idea that they weren't quite related. Banshee was a supporting character in Generation X, but I don't think he was in the issue that I actually had. So I didn't twig that. All I knew is Jubilee was with a new group of students, and they all seemed kind of cool. That was all I knew. Knew absolutely nothing. That was my first X-Men comic. My second X-Men comic was part of the reprint series over here called Essential X-Men. This was a premium series that was released by Panini Comics. And each issue it had like a cardstock cover, and each issue reprinted 3 issues of the American series for 72 pages. And again, cost about £2. So it was a really great deal. And I picked up issue 5 of that. Now, issue 5 featured, what were the 3 stories in it? Story number 1 was X-Force 25, which was the anniversary issue, drawn by Rob Liefeld, featuring the team of X-Force being reunited with Cable and coming up against Magneto, because it was part of the 30th anniversary Fatal Attraction story from 1992. So again, in the middle of a story arc, and I had no idea who any of these characters were. This was my introduction to characters like Cannonball, Domino, Warpath, Richter, Siren, and, they had bright, colourful costumes. The only person I knew, apart from Magneto, was Cable. Again, because he was in the animated series. That was it. And I kind of figured that Siren was possibly connected to Banshee, because obviously she had the same powers and a green and yellow costume with the similar sort of wings. That was it. No idea who anyone else was. The second story was I think it's Uncanny X-Men 142, which is the classic story, The Days of Future Past, the second part of the Days of Future Past storyline. That particular one featured a team composed of Storm, Nightcrawler, Colossus, Wolverine, and Kitty Pryde, fighting against the Brotherhood of Mutants, which was led by Mystique and featured Pyro, Blob, and Destiny, and Avalanche as well. And again, knew most of those from the show, with the exception of Destiny and Kitty Pryde. And obviously featured the Days of Future Past storyline that had inspired an episode of the TV series with the Sentinel-controlled future. And obviously, in the future of that story, the X-Men are all brutally killed. Like, that particular issue I read, I was reading the future issue, the future versions of these characters all getting brutally murdered. And it also gave me my first hint that Mystique was related to Nightcrawler way before that episode of X-Men had actually aired. So I thought that was great as well. So that was my second issue of X-Men. I've got five major issues of X-Men before I started collecting X-Men regularly. So that was my second. The third was Essential X-Men 19, because that was the next one I saw in the shop. This was a corner shop. I'd never seen any of the others. I'd seen some Spider-Man comics, so I bought some of them. But this week when I went to buy my Spider-Man, they didn't have Spider-Man, but they had X-Men. So I missed Astonishing Spider-Man issue 19 and got Essential X-Men issue 19 instead. The Spider-Man series I was reading at the time was set during the middle of the Clone Saga, which obviously I covered in a previous episode. Bit of a nightmare, but like I said, it's when I started reading Spider-Man comics. So I'm a bit more lenient on it than some other people are. But yeah, the X-Men issue, again, featured 3 reprints. Reprint number 1 was an X-Men issue featuring... they were all set during the Phalanx Covenant crossover storyline, which was from 1994. Part 1 featured half of the X-Men, including Psylocke, who obviously I recognised from my previous issue, who had been captured by the Phalanx. They were trying to assimilate her into their collective. There was also the main team was Banshee, Emma Frost, Sabretooth, who was in these prisoned gauntlets, and Jubilee. And they rescued another young mutant from the Phalanx, that young mutant being Cinch, who obviously, again, I recognised from before. And that was where I realised that this was the build-up to the foundation of the Generation X team, which obviously captured my attention. That was issue 1. Issue 2 was a Wolverine issue, also set during the Phalanx crossover, featuring Scott and Jean coming back from their honeymoon and running into Wolverine and Cable. So Cyclops, Jean Grey, Cable, and Wolverine going up against the Phalanx together. And this was after the revelation that Cable was actually Scott and Jean's son from the future, which I thought was great. And it turns out their honeymoon had been them actually in the bodies of his parents, raising him for about 14 years, which I thought was really cool. Again, I'd not read those stories, but I thought it was amazing. It was a brilliant idea. And then the final part was an issue of Excalibur. And again, featured some characters I knew, like Kitty Pryde, Forge, but also plenty of characters. Moira McTaggart was in it as well, and Siren, and a lot of the X-Force characters were there. But there were also plenty of other characters that I had no idea who they were. Like, this particular issue featured a team of X-Men kind of behind the lines exploring the Phalanx. One of them was a Phalanx. He was called Douglock, and he was supposedly the reanimated Phalanx version of a character called Doug Ramsey, who I had no idea who that was. But I thought he was quite interesting. And he also teamed up with Wolfsbane, who was there as well. She was one of the New Mutants, who by this point was a member of X Factor. And yeah, again, introduced me to a load of characters, which I just thought were really interesting. I was unable to get the rest of the issues for this series. But, I kept seeing more and more of these comics. By this point I was reading Spider-Man, and trying to sort of grab any that I could when I had the money to. But I did start to see them more and more regularly, like more and more newsagents were carrying them. And so it was like, oh, okay, they're in newsagents, they're in W.H. Smith's, and I can see them, and I kind of know roughly when they're all coming out. And I was picking them up, even the ones I couldn't buy, I was picking them up and flicking through them and going, oh, this looks really cool. And I kind of wanted to read more about them. And then they announced that they were doing a Fantastic Four and Iron Man book as well, which was based on the Heroes Reborn stuff, which I covered a bit in the previous Marvel episode. Which was actually set much further in the timeline than the current stuff in X-Men and Spider-Man. But then I got my first... In fact, there was an issue of that Heroes Reborn series that I got, which featured a bonus. It came with a polybag, and it was going to be an extra issue, like an extra issue from their backlog. And the issue I got for that was Essential X-Men 25, which was the start of the Age of Apocalypse storyline. So again, another major X-Men storyline slap bang in the middle of it. And the Age of Apocalypse, I'll get into a bit more later, is an alternate reality story where Apocalypse has taken over the world and Xavier is dead and Magneto leads the X-Men. Very different, turns everything on its head. Absolutely amazing. But then I found my first regular issue of Essential X-Men, which was Essential X-Men 37. And this story featured a cover of Gambit holding Sabretooth with his staff. And I picked it up, and the first story had art by Joe Madeira. Joe Madeira is a guy who drew in very anime style in the early 90s X-Men comics. He then went on to become a designer. He became the designer behind the Darksiders series of video games, which I think aesthetically are amazing. He worked on an independent comic called Battle Chasers, which also got turned into a video game, and a load of other things. Now, this first issue featured Sabretooth as a prisoner inside the mansion, again, because he escaped in issue 19 during the fight with the Phalanx. So he was now a prisoner in the mansion again. And he was apparently claiming that he couldn't remember all the victims that he'd killed. And Gambit confronted him because Gambit knew how many people Sabretooth had killed. And it was revealed that Gambit also had his own deep, dark secrets. And Gambit used the holograms inside the Danger Room to confront Sabretooth with all of his victims before the other X-Men stopped him. It was this great issue, really captured my attention, you know, and I've forgotten what the second and third parts were, but they were essentially in the build-up to the Onslaught Saga, which was a big 90s crossover featuring the whole Marvel universe. That was the thing that led to Heroes Reborn. Yeah, absolutely amazing. So good. And, you know, I found that issue, and then I was able to find the next one, which was issue 38, where Sabretooth broke out of the mansion, horribly mutilated Psylocke, ended up in a fight with the original 5 X-Men before getting subdued, and so on. It carried on from there. Really good stuff. And I then collected that comic for a further 100 issues, with a new issue every month. So for several years, I was collecting that, along with the other comics as well. I was collecting Spider-Man, collected Fantastic Four, collected Avengers when that eventually came out. So many others. But at one point, I was buying like 7 of these comics a month, and they were about £2.50 a piece, coming out every 2 weeks. So, yeah. You know, you get like 3 of them one fortnight, and then the other 4 the next fortnight. So, and bear in mind, I was only a teenager at the time. I did not have a lot of money. This was a substantial part of my income, which is why I eventually decided to stop buying them regularly. That and also the X-Men issues, by this point, stopped reprinting a lot of the X-Men titles that were happening in America. So I collected until the end of a particular story arc and then left it, which I think was the right decision based on the issues that I have. And I've still got most of these issues somewhere. They're all in the house. I've ended up getting a load of the back issues through like flea markets and boot sales and other things like that. And it's a lot of fun. And that the X-Men is what got me into comic books. These characters, these concepts, these storylines were amazing. And they just captured my attention because there was so much going on. This whole really interesting world of these characters, you know, the mutants who are kind of hated and feared to the point that even alien races wanted them exterminated, that the humans would build giant robots that would end up taking over the world purely to lock them all in camps and execute them. And, you know, at the same time, there were so many of them and they all banded together. But then there were also their enemies who believed that things could be done a different way, that they should rule the humans or that they should fight back and defend themselves. Whereas Xavier was, and the X-Men, their idea was, no, we should live in peace with them. We should prove we're the same as them, not be better than them. It was great. And I think even before I realized that I was queer, it was just something that spoke to me. And then obviously once I realized that, I think there's a very much a definite idea of the outsider identifying themselves with the X-Men. This is part of the reason they have this huge enduring popularity. Because so many outsiders, you know, if you're a nerd or a geek, you're already an outsider. But then if you're also queer or trans or black, even, you know, you're not white. If you're not the majority in any way, you know, even religions, if you're you know, a minority religion like Muslim or Jewish, I think you could identify yourself in the X-Men. You are the outsider. Other people will look at you with hate and fear and derision. That's very strong and very powerful for people to identify with. And this is why I think the X-Men are so good. So as a result, I thought, let's just go through and do a bit of a discussion on the X-Men, on who they are. And yeah, don't be ashamed if your first ever X-Men comic is just some random issue that you've picked up on the shelf. You know, when I first started buying American comics, I gravitated to the X-Men because I knew what they were. And this is where I then realized that those X-Men comics were several years ahead of the ones I was reading. But even then, I didn't pick up X-Men. I ended up picking up things like X Factor or Mutant X, and read those at the same time as I was reading the British reprints. Like, I ended up buying some whole story arcs just because I was able to find them. You know, I spent a lot of money on X-Men comics, and I don't regret any of it. Some of these stories are incredible and formative, even in the dark days of 90s era comics. The X-Men was one that I always found was consistently good. So yeah, let's discuss the X-Men.
So the X-Men began in 1960s, 1963. The first few X-Men issues were written by Stan Lee and drawn by Jack Kirby. However, I don't think either of them stayed with the title for particularly long. Stan Lee was obviously writing a lot of titles back then. Jack Kirby was doing the art on a lot of them. And it was clear that they had more of a passion for things like Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Avengers, than they did for X-Men. And so neither of them were really on X-Men for all that long. There's also a sort of a misconception, I suppose, in a lot of circles that Stan Lee was excuse the ice cream van outside. But yeah, there's a misconception that the X-Men were created as a Civil War allegory, not a Civil War, civil rights allegory. And part of this is because Stan Lee is a very gifted orator and likes to tell stories. And I think he has claimed this, but it's very clear that it came afterwards. And that he's sort of taking credit for it. Stan Lee does that a lot. Like, I like Stan Lee. I have a lot of respect for the man, but he's also a very good marketer and a bit of a liar. He's very good at exaggerating stories. He's a storyteller. He creates stories. He's done the same thing about his creation of Spider-Man, which is, there's a very famous quote. I've told this story that many times, it might even be true. X-Men is a similar sort of thing to that. But yeah, a lot of people have used the allegory that Charles Xavier is supposed to be similar to Martin Luther King, while Magneto is supposed to be similar to Malcolm X. Now, if anyone is responsible for that allegory, it is more directly than Stan Lee. It is Chris Claremont, who took over in the 70s and wrote both characters and really fleshed them out, mainly in his work on classic X-Men, where he did kind of merge the two, create new stories that ran alongside the original ones. But essentially the concept is that these characters are mutants. A quirk in their genetics has led to them being born with superhuman powers, most of which usually appear around puberty, as a sort of allegory for growing up. But essentially, again, a large part of that was that Stan Lee was kind of annoyed with having to keep coming up with origin stories for villains. Now he only had to come up with the power set, because of course, when you're coming up with a new hero, with a new character, and you're coming up with a reason why they have their powers, and especially the way Stan Lee worked as well. Stan Lee has talked about the 4-to-1 ratio, which is that for each supervillain, for superhero, you create 4 villains, so that you have these new characters for them to do. So if you think with every time they're creating someone, they're creating 5 characters. Because you use the hero in every issue, but you don't use the villain in every issue. So you need more villains than you do heroes. It's just a fact. Even though some villains will return, you still need more villains than heroes. And so it can become tiresome coming up with an endless list of superhero accidents, and radiation disasters, genetic engineering mistakes, all that sort of thing. And so the goal with X-Men was just, they're born with their powers. I just have to say they're a mutant, and that's it. You know what they are. And originally it was going to be called the Mutants. The Martin Goodman, the publisher of then Atlas Comics at the time, turned around and said, well, no one knows what a mutant is, so we can't call them that. And so that was where it became the X-Men, which was for their extra power. A lot of people, especially the Big Bang Theory, and this is one of the point in the Big Bang Theory that really angers me, because if anyone knows this, it would be Sheldon, and he's the one that said it. The X-Men are not named for Charles Xavier. They are named X for their extra power. This is explicitly spelled out in the very first issue. Although Charles Xavier does go on to show himself to be a bit of a narcissist, but we'll get to that. So they were introduced. The original team of X-Men comprises Xavier, who is obviously their teacher and mentor. He has the most powerful mind on the planet. However, in a perfect example of the Stan Lee character creation, he is also a paraplegic. He is in a wheelchair and paralyzed from the waist down. And that is just perfect. Like, Stan Lee does that so well with so many of his characters that he's created, giving them an amazing ability, but contrasting it with something else which works as a real weakness. And Xavier is possibly the best example of that. Most powerful mutant mind on the planet, able to project his consciousness anywhere in the world, talk with his team from miles away, completely dominate the will of another person if he so chooses to, but physically bound to a wheelchair. So that's and he took on the code name of Professor X. The students that he'd gathered lived in his mansion, which served as the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. The first few students, there's 4 of the X-Men before the first issue, and their origin stories are gradually revealed as it goes on. And they are Scott Summers, who is the first student. He is the X-Man Cyclops. He is able to project ruby energy beams from his eyes. Now, the energy beams, a lot of people attribute them to being heat vision, in a similar way to sort of Superman's heat vision. However, they're not. They do not generate heat. They are essentially concussive force. So energy-based I-beams. They do charge from solar power, but they are concussion-based rather than heat-based. So they have a lot more similarities to something like Tony Stark's repulsor blasts than any kind of laser or heat vision. Cyclops is unable to control these abilities without a specialized visor. And that is because he had a head injury when he was a child. This was gradually revealed later on. And he also grew up as an orphan. He believes his parents died in a plane crash, and it was in that plane crash where he sustained the head injury that would later mean that he could not control his powers. So, he wears special ruby quartz glasses and a ruby quartz visor to sort of protect his eyes. Cyclops is the first student. He's the leader of the team. He's one of the older members of the team. The second student is Bobby Drake, who is Iceman. Iceman goes on to become one of the most powerful mutants. His ability, obviously, at first he generates ice and snow, but his powers are essentially temperature manipulation, and obviously that has a wide impact of possible uses. And he gets some great development as a character. He's very young, very impressionable. But yeah, I like Iceman. I think he's very cool. No pun intended. The third student is Hank McCoy. Um, Henry McCoy, is known as Beast. And Beast is, again, another Stan Lee contradiction. In a similar way to Xavier, he is very, very intelligent. Not psychic in the same way as Xavier is, but incredibly intelligent. Like one of the smartest people in the Marvel universe. However, he has this beastly appearance. Now, I think some artists draw the humanoid version of Beast so that he doesn't look that different. Jack Kirby was very good at it, though. Basically, Beast has enlarged hands and feet. He has a more of a hunched appearance. He looks beastly, sort of the same way that you would imagine someone like Mr. Hyde. But obviously, he's very erudite, very intelligent, very well spoken. A complete polymath, able to work in multiple fields. But his physical body also gives him this incredible acrobatic ability as well. So yeah, that's Beast. And then the final member of the team, before it starts, is Angel. Now, Angel is a rich young heir to a multi-million-dollar fortune named Warren Worthington III. He grew wings at puberty. So giant, full-size, feathery angel wings that have erupted from his back, and he is able to use those to fly. A later story did reveal that Angel did actually attempt to become a vigilante himself before being recruited to the X-Men. But yeah, he's cool. Warren is, I don't know, one of the weaker members of the original team. Angel is one of those X-Men that I think always struggled to make an impression on me at first. There's very few stories that really exemplify who Warren is as Angel before a certain point, and I'll come to that as we're going on. And that's because the character doesn't go quite a significant change and a metamorphosis that takes him in a completely new direction. And that's something that the character becomes more noticeable for, and more notable for, and far more memorable for than anything he'd done previously, which is a bit of a shame because he is a good character. But yeah, it means that a lot of his early work lacks a lot of impact. In the first issue, they are joined by their newest recruit, a young woman named Jean Grey. She takes on the codename Marvel Girl. Jean Grey is a limited telepath, but she is also telekinetic. She's able to move things with her mind. Turns out she's been working with Xavier for a long time to sort of help control her powers, and now she is joining the school full-time as another student. Obviously, all four of the boys are, well, I say all four. Angel, Beast, and Cyclops are all very interested in her straight away, being young teenage boys now living with this beautiful redhead. In the first issue, though, they come up against the villain Magneto. Magneto is I don't think he actually gets a name until much later on, but his name is Eric Lenscher, although that's later revealed to be an assumed name, and his actual name is Max Eisenhardt. Um, a lot of Magneto's backstory comes a lot later. It was added by Chris Claremont in the 70s, and it was the addition, as most people probably know quite well, that he is a survivor of the Holocaust, which is obviously something that was, within living memory in the 60s and 70s when this was added. Yeah, Magneto is a survivor of the Holocaust. He was a child at Auschwitz, and his powers appeared for the first time when he was shot at in the pit there. And as a result, he survived. He later dug himself out from all the other corpses and escaped into Austria. Ended up in Austria after the war, had a young family. For the most part, forgot about his powers until he was a bit older, and his family ended up dying. He lost his wife and his young daughter after to anti-mutant violence. Magneto is sympathetic. Magneto, in his first few appearances in the 60s, he's very much an out-and-out villain, but he goes on to become one of the most sympathetic and very developed characters in the X-Men. Whereas Xavier's standpoint is believing that humans and mutants can coexist, that mutants, while they are a separate branch of humanity, they do not need to replace humanity. They can coexist with them. This is Xavier's dream. And as a result, he formed the X-Men to with the knowledge that not every mutant would feel the same way that he does. He formed the X-Men, one, to help these students learn how to control their powers, but also so that if necessary, they could oppose evil mutants to protect a world that hates and fears them, to protect the humans that hate and fear mutant kind. That was the goal. And it's a very worthy goal. I think it's great. Magneto's goal is recognizing that mutants, or Homo superior, as people start calling them, especially Magneto, are superior to humans. They are the next stage of evolution, and that they must protect themselves by any means necessary. Now, in the comics, in the 60s, this included becoming a dominant force and taking over humanity. But as I said, it becomes a lot more nuanced as Magneto's development goes on, where it becomes very much sort of like, no, the humans want to exterminate us. We have to protect ourselves aggressively. And it makes Magneto very relatable because he's proven right time and time again as the series goes on. Down through the decades. And as a result, he becomes a character who has taken on more anti-heroic qualities, not because he has had any sort of big redemption or become heroic in any way, although there are elements where he does sort of reform and join the team. But for the most part, he's become an anti-hero of sorts because he's been proven right by history. We've seen in the real world sort of the violence and hatred that marginalized groups can face. And Magneto was right, unfortunately. Magneto isn't the only big villain introduced in this time. We also get Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants, the first few members of which are Toad, Mastermind, who is able to create illusions and becomes very important later on, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who are introduced as Magneto's children. Quicksilver is obviously a super speedster. Scarlet Witch is able to create reality-altering hexes is how her powers are best explained. They are revealed to be Magneto's children later on. At first, they're just mutants who are in the Brotherhood. They do leave the Brotherhood, though, quite early on, where they go on to join Cap's kooky quartet in the Avengers. And then, of course, the Brotherhood gets some other new members as it goes on. The Brotherhood eventually sort of divorces from Magneto and becomes its own thing under other characters later on, but it's an interesting concept. And again, with the 60s, they are less a brotherhood of mutants. They are explicitly called the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. So, Magneto openly claiming the title of evil, which I'm not sure I like as much. Some other elements that were introduced by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby include Juggernaut. Juggernaut is a mystically powered human who becomes unstoppable and is revealed to actually be Xavier's stepbrother, Kane Marco. Jealous and pushy though he is, he's one of Xavier's main recurring enemies. Yeah, I quite like the Juggernaut. I think he gets a lot of great stories. For a lot of the time, though, he doesn't have much development. He does get some in the 2000s, and I'll probably talk about that then. We are introduced to a couple of new team members for the X-Men. First of all is Havoc, who is Alex Summers. He is Scott's younger brother and has similar energy manipulation abilities. These ones coming from his hands and his chest. He's a long lost younger brother of Scott. I like Alex. I've not read a lot of his stuff in the 60s. I know he gets added towards the end of the 60s when Neil Thomas kind of takes over and, becomes one of the main writers for the book. He also, at the same time, has also added Lorna Dane. Lorna Dane is... she's called Polaris, eventually. She has magnetic powers similar to Magneto. Other main storylines in this time include, first of all, the Factor 3 conspiracy. Factor 3 was a group that was using mutants to sort of enact world domination, but I don't think it was a mutant-led group, but it did introduce a couple of characters that become important. First of all was the mutant, the Banshee, who is able to unleash like a sonic-powered scream. He was mind-controlled by Factor 3 and sort of forced to work for them, as well as the mutant Changeling, who is a shapeshifter, and the same character who inspired the X-Men animated series version of Morph. Changeling, again, quite a cool character, a very underdeveloped character, but an interesting concept. The most 60s design ever. Giant purple helmet, looks ridiculous. There's also a mutant hypnotist called Mesmero who's introduced at this point. There's not a mutant, a human character, or at least believed human character. He was later revealed to be a mutant, called Mimic, who was able to copy other mutant abilities and kind of wormed his way onto the X-Men team before becoming a villain, and he was able to copy all 5 of their abilities. Shortly after the takedown of Factor 3, Xavier ended up dying, or so the team believed. However, it was eventually revealed that Xavier had actually gone into hiding and had replaced himself with Changeling, who Changeling had was later revealed had cancer and so was going to die anyway. Changeling as Xavier died in battle. Meanwhile, Xavier himself had been hiding underneath the mansion in this specially mentally proof chamber. The only member of the team who knew was Jean, because he was fighting to defend the planet from an alien race called the Xenox, which he did by sort of psychically linking all of the people on the planet and projecting it at the Xenox. That was a
a small element, but it does go on to be quite a big thing. But and there's a couple of other characters that get introduced to here. There's Blob, who is a mutant who's just large and fat and is working for a freak show when he first appears. When he gets introduced, he's able to he basically becomes like an immovable object, almost like he's got some kind of gravity manipulation. But yeah, he's mainly fat and durable. There's Vanisher, who's a teleporter, who's committing a string of robberies. There's Unus the Untouchable, who has a force field around him that protects him from any harm. He's kind of first introduced being a wrestler, I believe. He ends up teaming up with Vanisher and Blob, and they become their own enemies for the X-Men. But one of the most prominent additions is the anti-mutant Sentinels, which get introduced. The Sentinels are giant robots created by Bolivar Trask, and they are designed to hunt mutants. And Bolivar Trask first reveals them on national TV in a debate with Xavier. Now, Xavier obviously is a mutant, but he's not publicly known as a mutant. And so the X-Men have to come to his defense and save him from the Sentinels. The Sentinels eventually turn on Bolivar Trask, and I think Trask himself ends up dying to sort of stop them. His son, Larry Trask, later on in the 60s, ends up creating his own Sentinels. And, again, after another hard-fought battle with the X-Men, they have to fight the Sentinels and defeat them. And again, Larry kind of sacrifices himself to do that. So yeah, some very interesting additions in the Sentinels. And the first enemies, especially under Larry Trask, that really feel like they can oppose the X-Men for a substantial period of time. And they would go on to be a phenomenal recurring threat. And definitely one of the best, some of the best villains that they have, I think. We also got the introduction of the Savage Land. The Savage Land is an area at the bottom of the world with dinosaurs, essentially. And there's a human character there who is able to sort of absorb life force. And when he absorbs life force from mutants, he becomes the dinosaur, like the pterodactyloid human character of Sauron. Not Sauron, Sauron, as in dinosaur. He's the one from the very famous comic book meme panel of like, I don't want to cure cancer, I want to turn people into dinosaurs. So yeah, that's Sauron. He's, again, like Mesmero, able to hypnotize people as well. The X-Men fight him in the Savage Land. And one of the last X-Men issues introduces a Japanese mutant hero called Sunfire, who's like a government-sponsored hero in Japan, able to, manipulate solar energy. But despite how strong the final run in the 60s of the X-Men was under Neil Thomas, Neil Adams and Roy Thomas. Sorry, not Neil Thomas. Neil Adams and Roy Thomas. Despite how strong that final run was, featuring Larry Trask's Sentinels, the Savage Land, the Living Monolith as well, who was able to siphon powers from Havoc to become ginormous, and believed himself to be an ancient pharaoh. He called himself the Living Pharaoh at first. Despite all that, X-Men ended. And, the series came to a conclusion and it was cancelled, essentially. Now, when it was cancelled, the X-Men did continue to appear in the Marvel Universe. They would appear in other comics. For example, there was a story where Magneto kind of manipulated the X-Men against the Avengers by impersonating Angel. And in doing so, believe that was the story where it was revealed that Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were his children. He then later appeared in a story with the Avengers and the Defenders, where he duelled a creation of his called Alpha, who reduced Magneto to infancy, which was bizarre, but the Marvel Universe gets bizarre at times. Sentinels, I believe, even reappeared in the Avengers at some point during this cancelled run. And then Beast as well also got his own sort of leading role in Amazing Adventures, where Hank McCoy took a serum to try and cure his mutant powers and actually mutated even further, growing fur and taking on a much more bestial, almost ape-like appearance. And it was originally grey, but it did go blue and have his kind of classic cartoon look. But yeah, X-Men was cancelled, and so for a few years, there were no new X-Men comics. The X-Men comics that existed were just reprints of the earlier stories. But eventually, someone came along with an idea on how to reboot the team. And that led to Second Genesis.
Now, before I go a bit more in depth on the whole Second Genesis and stories that came from that, I just want to make a quick note. The 60s era obviously has a lot of nostalgia for a lot of people who work in comics. And as a result, the 60s era of the team has been visited quite heavily and revisited in several series, especially in the modern era. Now, this is the idea of nostalgia in comics, and like this is why some characters can't grow up and can't move on, is kind of a discussion for another time. It's, a character that I think has been severely hampered by it is Spider-Man. Peter Parker never seems to be allowed to grow up for very long and always seems to end up back at the status quo of being poor and looked after by his Aunt May, and in recent years being single as well and not romantically happy, not very well off, and usually bumming around for work at the Daily Bugle, despite the fact that, and a lot of the times in education, despite the fact the characters moved on so many times since then. But, that's a discussion for another day. But with X-Men, there's been several series, some quite long-running series as well, that have actually addressed, the 60s era and created stories that could work in between or after certain runs of the comics. The first most famous one that I can think of was John Byrne's X-Men The Hidden Years. This came out in the late 90s, early 2000s, and was a way of kind of bridging the gap between where X-Men was cancelled and the second genesis of the team, and actually featured some of the team's first interactions with characters like Storm, who would obviously go on to be a major player, being like retconned into this part of the series. It's a really interesting idea. I've not read much of the Hidden Years. It's not, it's not my favorite team of X-Men, but, it's John Byrne. John Byrne does good work, as I'm going to discuss in a minute. There's also in recent years been, also in the 2000s, there was the series Children of the Atom, which is a limited run series, which explained how the original X-Men students were gathered by Xavier. That one was pretty good. I did enjoy that one. It was kind of dark, very much inspired by the sort of things that maybe had been seen in the early X-Men movies under Fox. But, not a bad story. And then in more recent years, there was X-Men First Class, which was a more bombastic take on the original X-Men. Gave them, this one focused specifically on the original 5, gave them new suits, some new dynamics. Generally quite successful from what I've heard, but it's a bit of a sort of, getting young readers into Marvel kind of thing. It was very much designed as like a continuity light kind of book, from what I understand. But anyway, the second Genesis came about. Second Genesis is the title of the original story, but it's kind of become like a keyword for a lot of this. Essentially, there were plans to reboot the X-Men. They'd been away for a while. They were a team with some brand recognition. And some people in Marvel just figured that, like, we just need to reinvent them. We need to come up with some new ideas, and we'll have these characters that can work. And so Len Wein, who was an author at Marvel at the time, and Dave Cockrum, an artist, who I believe had worked on Legions of Superheroes at DC, or at least had wanted to, because I believe a couple of the character designs that he uses in this series are rejected Legions characters that he'd come up with, specifically Storm and Nightcrawler, who I'll get to in a minute. But yeah, the idea was to create a more mixed, more diverse team of X-Men. Specifically, they were looking at diversity of bringing in characters from other countries. For example, Marvel had quite a high readership in Germany, hence why Germany was picked to have a representative. There was Russia being picked as a representative, sort of to bridge the gap for the Cold War. Storm being African, but also African-American as well. It was a very clear design of let's not have a fully American team. And I think it works. So what happened was we got introduced to some new characters. The first one to actually debut didn't actually debut in with the rest of the team. That was Wolverine, who would go on to be one of the more famous X-Men. Wolverine originally debuted in his costume, his full yellow and blue costume with the horn-shaped mask. And he debuted in Incredible Hulk. I believe it was issue 174, where the Hulk has ended up in Canada and ends up confronting one of his enemies based up there called Wendigo. And yeah, the name Wendigo is one that's a bit culturally insensitive and probably not what they would call the character now. Because it's inspired by an actual piece of Native American folklore. Anywho, some things age very, very poorly. But yes, Len Wein was writing Hulk at the time, and he introduced the character of Wolverine there. Wolverine was sent out by a Canadian government group called Department H to apprehend the Hulk, and was unsuccessful, but was able to hold his own. He struck quite a memorable presence, with like I said, the blue and yellow outfit, and then obviously these 3 claws on the back of each hand. And Wolverine was shown as being very durable. A lot of the specifics of who Wolverine weren't really established yet. Like, it wasn't established that the claws were part of him rather than part of his costume yet, I don't think. And the healing factor, I don't think, had been established, but he was described as tough and durable, and the claws were described as adamantium, I believe, and able to cut through anything. He was able to go up against the Hulk, who is one of the most powerful beings on the Marvel Earth. And not just go up against him, but, survive going up against him. And I think he did almost come out on top. Wolverine and the Hulk have ended up having a long-standing rivalry throughout the years, as a result of this, understandably. So, Wolverine had been quite a successful introduction, and so it was looked then to maybe bring some more new X-Men in. So, we get the story of Second Genesis, which appeared in Giant Size X-Men issue 1, written by Len Wein and Dave Cockrum. Now, this issue is a single focus story that starts with Xavier gathering a new group of mutants. And by which I mean he literally goes up to all of them and recruits them. The only characters that we've previously exposed to are Banshee, who was obviously in the Factor 3 storyline in the 60s, and encountered the original team, and so obviously knows Xavier, and Wolverine, who immediately quits Department H, sort of suggesting that there's a better deal with Xavier. The other characters we get introduced to are the German mutant Nightcrawler, who's Kurt Wagner. He is a blue elf demon-looking creature. He's got like a forked tail, differing fingers on his hands and fingers and toes. Very acrobatic, covered in blue fur, and wearing a very distinctive circus outfit. You know, he appears already in his costume, essentially. And he's being hunted by a mob brandishing torches and pitchforks, wanting to sacrifice him, when Xavier makes them stop and saves Nightcrawler's life. There is Storm, who is being worshipped as a goddess in Kenya, bringing the rains to the people, being able to control the weather. There's Thunderbird, otherwise known as John Proudstar. Proudstar is a member of the Apache Nation, existing on their, the Apache Reserve, and using his enhanced strength and speed to wrestle a buffalo, I believe, when he's found. There is Colossus, who is a Russia on a communist, Soviet collective farm, who jumps in the way of a tractor to protect his young sister Ileana, and morphs into a metalloid form which wrecks the tractor. And that is how Xavier finds him. And Colossus is kind of implied to be the youngest member of the team. They kind of go back and forth on it a lot. And I don't think they ever really give him a specific age, but he's kind of implied to be anywhere between sort of like 16 and 19, depending on the writer. It's not helped by the fact that Marvel does, at this time, was aging in real time. The sliding timescale wasn't necessarily a thing, and so it does make some things that come about a bit later on maybe a bit icky in hindsight, but I'll get to that when I get to that. But yeah, Colossus is known for being quite naive, basically. Pyotr Rasputin, his full name is. Lovely character, on paper at least, and one of the more interesting ones, big and strong, but with like a real artistic heart and a heart of gold, very protective. And then the other member of the team who we've also met is Sunfire. Sunfire is a Japanese mutant who appeared in one of the very, very last X-Men issues, which I believe also featured the Hulk, weirdly enough. And they're all gathered and brought to the mansion, all taught English as well, and introduced to Cyclops. Cyclops and the rest of the X-Men, at this time consisting of Havoc, Polaris, Beast, Jean, Angel, and Iceman, all went to investigate a mutant signal that they picked up in the Pacific. The signal turned out to be an island called Krakoa, specifically described in the issue as the island that walks like a man. And Cyclops was able to escape. However, the remaining X-Men have been trapped on the island. And so the new team of X-Men have been gathered to go and rescue them. And what follows is generally quite an interesting issue. There's a really good, it outlines very well who the new team are. Sunfire is shown to be quite arrogant, as is Thunderbird. Storm is kind of aloof, but at the same time shown also to be quite caring. Nightcrawler is very jovial. Wolverine's quite angry. Colossus, very naive, but very protective. And Cyclops shown kind of traumatized by what's happened to the team. Eventually, they're successful. They manage to defeat Krakoa, this walking island, and they're able to escape. And it looks like Krakoa sinks into the ocean and disappears forever. Bear that in mind for later on. And, Beast caps off this giant size issue, which is, very good. There's a lot of character stuff in it, but it's mainly, an action adventure story. And Beast caps it off at the end by saying, what are we going to do with 13 X-Men? And then at this point, X-Men came back. So the series started, the X-Men series had carried on since it had been originally cancelled, with the same numbering, but devolving into reprints, and the reprints of the earliest stories. The reprints stopped, and issue, I believe it's 94, although it might be 93, thinking about it. No, I'm pretty sure it's 94. X-Men 94 begins the new era of X-Men comics. And it starts with the new team of X-Men and the old team of X-Men sort of working out what's going to happen. Most of the originals leave, except for Cyclops, who decides to stay and join and lead the new team. And Sunfire also leaves, returning back to Japan. So we end up with a team of Scott, Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Colossus, Banshee, and Thunderbird. And they go up on their first mission against a character called Count Nefaria, who is also an Avengers villain, one of the big Marvel crime lord superpowered characters. He goes off, and during the battle, where they're trying to stop him, Thunderbird, eager to prove himself, jumps onto Count Nefaria's plane and starts smashing it to bits. And the plane explodes. And as a result, Thunderbird is killed. Now, this was the first two issues of X-Men. These were written by Len Wein, but also by Chris Claremont. And Chris Claremont would now take over the X-Men as Len Wein stepped back. And what would follow is probably the best creative period that the X-Men ever had, which I've already kind of spoken about before, but I'm going to go into a bit more depth now. I mentioned it during my X-Men 92 review episode that I did. But yeah, Chris Claremont and Dave Cockrum basically took over the X-Men, and yeah, what follows is absolutely incredible. Right, now, like I said, I've already kind of covered this when I did my X-Men 92 review, but the run of X-Men, or as it became Uncanny X-Men, under Chris Claremont and Dave Cockrum, and then later John Byrne in artist duties, was quite possibly one of the most creative runs that the X-Men has ever had, certainly, but possibly that Marvel Comics has ever had. Chris Claremont would go on to write the title for about 17 years in one long continuous run from this point. So starting in 1975, he didn't step down until 1991. And obviously there was a rotating cabal of artists in that time. However, Dave Cockrum was art and co-writing duties for a large period up until sort of the late 70s, early 80s. Actually, no, I think it was the late 70s. Then John Byrne takes over partway through the Phoenix Saga, and he remains with the title for some time into the 80s. between them, they're responsible for adding so much to the X-Men lore and mythos, as well as obviously creating the characters from this second group of team and the second Genesis team, and developing them into the fan favorites that they became. The first class of X-Men, as good as they are, they're not the core cast of X-Men. The core cast that people think of with X-Men are characters like Storm, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Rogue, who would debut later on. Yes, Cyclops and Jean Grey might be in there, but again, the reason why they might be in there is because of their inclusion in this run. And yeah, what followed is just some of the best creativity that Marvel has ever produced, that comics has probably ever produced, to be honest. And I know I am slightly biased, but the only run I can think of that Marvel did which sort of equals it in terms of just sheer creativity is the first 102 issues of Fantastic Four, which were written and drawn by written by Stan Lee, co-written by Jack Kirby, who also did the art. Because that run of issues, that's the same run of issues that introduces the Fantastic Four, the Skrulls, Galactus, the Inhumans, and so much, Doctor Doom, and so much more, and just develops so much of the key groundwork of a lot of the Marvel universe. Things like the Negative Zone appear there. This is very, very, very similar. And, Chris Claremont was pretty much the go-to guy for X-Men in this time period. He was essentially steering the ship on everything the X-Men were doing. And Chris Claremont very quickly started to lay the groundwork for how he would develop his series. Now, X-Men was being published bi-monthly, so every 2 months at this point. And so you were only getting like 6 issues a year. This was before the time when X-Men had, multiple issues a month. There was 1 issue every 2 months. And so while there was a lot more content in issues then than there are now in terms of comic book storytelling, there's a lot more words. The art is a lot more tightly packed. You don't have that kind of widescreen, storytelling that they're doing nowadays, where everything's kind of written for a trade volume. An issue could be a whole complete story on its own, or it could be part of a larger whole. And as I said, they came back to X-Men with issue 94. So they were leading up to X-Men 100. And obviously, the groundwork immediately started to be laid to turn that into an event. And so we have perhaps one of the first big X-Men events, which sees them abducted by Sentinels under the command of the anti-mutant human supremacist Stephen Lang, who takes the X-Men to a space station where he has robot duplicates of the original 5 X-Men and Xavier fight the new team. The new team are abducted from Central Park. That's not Central Park, is it? The Rockefeller Center, where they have the ice rink and the big Christmas tree. They're abducted from there on Christmas Eve. And so that's how they end up in space. And Jean Grey is visiting as well, because she's obviously seeing Cyclops, who she's in a relationship with. And like I said, the X-Men are abducted. Jean ends up going up with them. They fight these robot duplicates and then have to abandon the space station. Stephen Lang is left behind, seemingly killed. The Sentinels are seemingly destroyed. So they have to take the last remaining space shuttle and sort of fly back to Earth. And I think they've got some humans with them that they're trying to keep safe. Jean pilots the ship herself and puts all the, in the vulnerable cockpit through a radiation storm, and puts all of the other X-Men, as well as the humans that they're with, in the back of the shuttle, where it's more lead-lined, it's more protected. And in doing so, Jean is exposed to a huge amount of cosmic radiation. Now, the original plan here was, and this is echoed by how it's done in the story. Apologies for any noise there, and knocked the microphone over. This is echoed how it's done in the story, in that the background radiation does the same tick, 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 tick noise as the original cosmic storm that changed the Fantastic Four. The idea that Chris Claremont had was, what if that level of, what would that level of cosmic radiation that had created the Fantastic Four, what would that do to a mutant, someone who is already superpowered? And that was the idea here. The space shuttle crashes into Jamaica Bay, and then X-Men issue 101, the Phoenix rises from Jamaica Bay, where the shuttle has crashed. The X-Men are floating in the water, and Jean Grey, emboldened with these enormous fire powers, this brand new costume, this incredible redesign that was done by Dave Cockrum, comes out with these fantastic powers. She's now pyrokinetic as well. It's also almost sort of seems to be like an enhancement of her already powerful telekinetic and telepathic abilities. And in trying to learn this, she then joins the team. She sort of returns to the X-Men team. There's more beyond this as well. There's a lot of storylines that actually take place in this era. We get, I can't remember the exact order of all of it, but the Phoenix being established is one of the first big turning points, where it's clear that groundwork is being laid. And the Phoenix Saga, kind of, like I said, it kind of starts here with issue, the lead up to issue 100, where, Jean becomes Phoenix. But the Phoenix Saga itself won't actually finish until issue 137. And even then, the storyline gets expanded beyond that so much, as I'll get into. So we carry on from there. The next big change is the X-Men going to Muir Island, the home of the researcher Moira McTaggart, a old associate of Charles Xavier's, who is introduced here for the first time. Moira McTaggart has a mutant centre on Muir Isle off the north coast of Scotland, where she is studying. She's doing lots of work studying mutation and things like that. She has been looking after the infant Magneto, who was obviously, like I said, turned to an infant at some point in those lost years of X-Men during confrontation with the Avengers and the Defenders. Magneto now finds himself restored to his physical prime and ends up confronting this new team of X-Men. So we get the first real encounter between the new team and Magneto, and he pretty much wipes the floor with them. Like, they manage to survive, but it's not a clear-cut victory. The team then end up in an Antarctic base. I think Beast is with them at this point as well. And I've forgotten again how Beast came to be involved. But the X-Men end up in an Antarctic base and in a confrontation with a robot called Nanny. And again, this is kind of linked to Magneto. And something happens in this base where the X-Men team gets separated. So Jean and Beast believe that the other X-Men have all died. And so Jean and Beast return to the mansion and tell this to Xavier. And Xavier promptly shuts down the mansion, leaves, and goes to Muriel to stay with Moira for a bit. Turns out, though, the X-Men haven't died, obviously. They've instead found themselves in the Savage Land, which is introduced here for the first time. The Savage Land is I think it's introduced for the first time here. It may have already previously appeared in the 60s. I'm not entirely sure. But the idea behind the Savage Land is it is almost like a wildlife sanctuary created by aliens at some point in the distant past of Earth, warded off, like in this warded off area of Antarctica, complete with a false environment and everything like that, where dinosaurs and humans are coexisting. It's similar to The Lost World, which is, I've forgotten who wrote that now. But yeah, the Lost World story, oh god, that's going to bother me. Arthur Conan Doyle. I thought it was, but then I was like, that can't be right. That's the Sherlock guy. No, yeah, Arthur Conan Doyle. So yeah, dinosaurs, humans living together. The X-Men kind of wind up there. They come across some Savage Land mutates eventually, but I don't think they appear here. I think they do encounter a being called Sauron, who is a human who's able to absorb mutant energies to become a pterodactyl man. He's one that became quite famous for a meme a few years ago of him confronting Spider-Man, and Spider-Man saying, if you could, remix genetics, you could cure cancer. And he's like, I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. So yeah, very funny character. But quite threatening as well. The X-Men do eventually make it back to New York. There are several misadventures along the way. They end up in Japan, where Wolverine meets a character called Mariko Yoshida, who is related to a character called the Silver Samurai, who they end up confronting as well. But yeah, there's a clear romance there between Mariko and Wolverine. I should say the other X-Men believe that Jean and Beast died in the explosion as well. So there's that aspect going on as well. They think that the other characters are dead too. Meanwhile, while this is going on, Beast goes off and joins the Avengers during this period. Where he strikes up a very close friendship with Wonder Man. That becomes, he ends up becoming a mainstay of the Avenger team at this time. Jean, meanwhile, though, gets an apartment in New York where she's actually, I believe she shares an apartment with Misty Knight and Colleen Wing, who are the Daughters of the Dragon. They're two characters closely associated with Power Man and Iron Fist. So there's that going on. But she soon sort of finds herself under the sway of a character called what was his name now? Yeah, a character called Mastermind. Jason Wingard, he's presenting himself as. He's later revealed to be the one of Magneto's Brotherhood members, known as Mastermind, who's able to create illusions. I'm sure there's plenty of other bits I'm sort of skipping over because, like I said, I can't remember the order a lot of this stuff takes place. But there's a point where eventually everything's kind of revealed and everyone kind of comes back together again. But Wolverine gets chased by James Hudson, an old associate of his, who has now become the superpowered character Guardian, who tries to attack him and reclaim him, saying that Wolverine owes the Canadian government and he can't just up and quit. And then it turns out Wolverine was supposed to be part of a group called Alpha Flight. So Alpha Flight themselves later reappear. They're like a Canadian super team. Pretty much all mutants. James Hudson, I think, is the only full human one, and he uses a superpowered suit. The others have superpowers of varying degrees, and most of them are mutants. There's the characters of North Star and Aurora, who are two twins. They have they're able to manipulate light, and they're both able to move quite fast. There's the character of Puck, who's kind of small but very acrobatic. There's the character of Sasquatch, who's a scientist who's able to transform into a giant monster. Shaman, who is a Native American, well, Native Canadian, who is able to use magic, essentially. And Snowbird, who's able to transform into all of the great animals of the North. So yeah, Alpha Flight are quite interesting. The Morlocks get introduced around this time as well. They're a group of mutants that have they've mainly got physical mutations that make them quite hard to fit in, and so they've been ostracized from society, and they're now living in the sewers underneath New York City. Yeah, very interesting group of characters that will see more development as things go on. But then the big new introduction is the Shi'ar. And the Shi'ar are introduced through Lilandra. Basically, Chris Claremont and Dave Cockrum were both huge sci-fi fans, and so they introduced a spacefaring alien race called the Shi'ar Empire. And Lilandra, who is a princess of the Shi'ar, contacts Xavier telepathically, and he starts seeing visions of her being pursued and things like that. And eventually, Jean, the main team of X-Men, and I believe Xavier as well, end up teleported into space, like far into space, with Lilandra to save the M'Kraan crystal, which is this crystal that can alter reality. And they're there to save it from Lilandra's brother, Deken, who is the emperor of the Shi'ar and has apparently gone mad. And, you know, there's a lot more going on to it than that. I don't want to spoil it. It's a very good story. But he's got, you know, this army of superpowered beings at his beck and call called the Shi'ar Imperial Guard. Each one of them is kind of based off of a member of the Legion of Superheroes. They're like very thinly veiled pastiches, but they're all quite imaginative alien looking characters for the most part. So they are pretty cool. And yeah, it turns out Phoenix is kind of able to manipulate the M'Kraan crystal using her powers and kind of save the day. Deken is kind of deposed, but Lilandra decides to come back to Earth with the others at this point for a while. And so, you know, Moira, Xavier, the main group of X-Men, Phoenix, all kind of end up back at the mansion for a while. In fact, I think the Alpha Flight stuff takes place after they return from space. But Jean's powers are still growing, and she's still having these illusions where she's seeing Wingard and sort of having memories of like them having a fling. And she's not quite sure what to do with it and how to process all of that. It turns out, as things go on, that, like I said, she's being manipulated by Mastermind. Mastermind has now joined a group called the Hellfire Club. Now, the Hellfire Club is this elite group inside New York. They have, this New York townhouse, this big brownstone where they meet up, and it's implied to be like the rich and the elite. But the inner circle of the Hellfire Club is all mutants, and quite powerful ones, and they're very much determined to try and manipulate society. And they've seen how powerful Phoenix is. They know how powerful she is. And they're trying to use Mastermind to influence her to join the Hellfire Club, because they see that such power should be theirs. And the main members of the Hellfire Club that we get introduced to are Sebastian Shaw, who is the Black King. He's able to manipulate energy, so he can absorb it and then turn it into his own strength. Emma Frost, who is a psychic. She is known as the White Queen. Comes across very evil. She makes her first play by abducting a young mutant girl called Kitty Pryde. Kitty is able to, she's from Chicago, she's able to walk through walls, essentially. And she's one of 2 new mutants detected at the start of the Dark Phoenix Saga, as this storyline becomes in issue 129, I want to say, of X-Men. And this is also after a big confrontation with a character called Proteus, who is revealed to be, he's an energy being who is revealed to be Moira McTaggart's son, and he kind of burns through bodies, so he kind of steals bodies and burns through them, and he had to be stopped by Colossus killing him, which was, a bit of a shame. It was quite a dark moment for Colossus. He'd never done anything like that before, obviously. But yeah, Kitty was one of 2 mutants that they detected. The other one was Dazzler. Dazzler was a character introduced as kind of a cross-promotion idea. Marvel at the time was trying to work on a movie, music album, and comic book, all featuring this character called the Dazzler. And so this was meant to be her sort of backdoor introduction by revealing that she was a mutant. She's a mutant singer who is able to turn sound into light projections, which she uses to illustrate her shows. I really like the concept of Dazzler, and I really wish more had been done with it. She was originally meant to be black. I think they were looking to try and get Grace Jones to play her. But I think that fell through, and so she ends up becoming white and blonde. And again, I think that was because they had a certain person in mind to play her. The Dazzler movie pitch was absolutely amazing. Like, I've read the pitch for it. It would have seen a whole load of like music legends, like the YMCA, Kiss, Cher. I mean, on paper, I don't think any of this ever got really far into development. It was just planned. But yeah, I think they were planning Bo Derek for the movie. So they'd kind of changed Dazzler to look more like Bo Derek. And yeah, the casting that they had planned would have been absolutely incredible. I don't think it ever would have been made, or I don't know, maybe there's a parallel universe out there where the Dazzler movie exists and it was a huge hit, but look up the concept if you can for the Dazzler movie. There's plenty of videos about it, there's plenty of articles about it on the internet. It sounds great. Dazzler is kind of an underutilized character in this era. She does come back later on, but for the most part, after she was introduced at the start of the Dark Phoenix Saga, she doesn't appear for the rest of it. She goes off and has her own comic for a while. And the Dazzler comic, I've heard it's quite good superhero fare. It ran through most of the 80s, most of the early 80s. So it can't have been that bad. It actually had quite a few issues from what I've heard. But yeah, the reason this story is called the Dark Phoenix Saga is because the Hellfire Club is successful in manipulating Phoenix. And so Jean does kind of become enveloped by sort of her darker passions, her darker emotions, and it leads to her turning on the team. She turns on the X-Men and at one point even flies off into deep space and consumes a star, causing the star to go supernova and wipe out a planet of 5 billion people. An entire civilization called the Dabari, which are just exterminated. And this happens kind of just because the Phoenix is after the sensations that it brings her, the power that Jean has unlocked and what it proceeds to do to her. This leads to Phoenix returning to Earth, having a massive confrontation with the team in Central Park. They put out a call for aid. Beast answers it. He's in the Avengers Watchtower at that particular moment. He hides the warning from the other Avengers, though, so that he can run off and help. And I think Angel also comes in to help as well. And they end up getting beamed up into space after they've managed to subdue Jean as best as they can by the Shi'ar. And by this point, Lilandra is the magistrix of the Shi'ar Empire, and she is now set up as their enemy because, the Dabari planet was part of the Shi'ar Empire, and it's been destroyed. So they have to now punish the Phoenix. And so what happens is a trial by combat initiated by Xavier for the X-Men and the Imperial Guard to fight for the fate of the Phoenix. And it's a very, very powerful final issue. And, Phoenix loses herself during, Jean loses herself during the battle, loses, her control to the Phoenix. And which has almost become like a separate entity at this point inside her. And she's kind of unable to stop herself from becoming Dark Phoenix. And the battle takes place on the blue area of the moon, which is linked to the Kree Empire and the Inhumans and other stuff like that, and watched over by the Watcher. And Jean uses some weaponry, abandoned weaponry there, to destroy herself. Now, this is quite a controversial ending, and the ending edict, the idea that Jean would kill herself, actually came down from Jim Shooter, who was one of the more controversial figures at Marvel during this time. He was an editor for a while who was very much focused on the story and the books and the quality of them. But his work ethic did kind of drive a lot of creatives away. I'm very mixed on Jim Shooter. I've got a lot of respect for some of the story decisions that he made. He was behind things like the first Secret Wars and, a lot of the books that came out from Marvel at this time were very, very good. Marvel were dominating the industry for a reason. However, Chris Claremont said his initial plan wasn't to kill Jean. It was to depower her. And how everything would have gone from there in the lead up to X-Men issue 200. However, Jim Shooter was adamant that because of how, the damage that Phoenix had done to the Dabari planet, killing 5 billion people, she had to die. And I've got to say, it's something I completely agree with. I think it's completely fair that Jean dies here. It does lead to some muddled things later on, but we'll get there. Now, we start to head into the 80s for the X-Men, and I'll admit the 80s is where I'm not as well versed on the X-Men as I wish I was. I've read some of the post-Phoenix stuff, but nowhere near as much as I wish I had, and most of my knowledge of Claremont's era comes from the beginning and the end of it. There's a lot in the middle that I've, a lot of the 80s is where a lot of the most foundational X-Men stuff is laid. This is where the X-Men became a phenomenon, but it's not what I'm as familiar with, unfortunately. But I'm going to try and confront some of the main events as best I can. One of the first big ones, and this is an issue I have read, is Days of Future Past. Now, Days of Future Past takes place in issue 141 and 142, so only a couple of issues after the Dark Phoenix saga ends, and it is again only a 2-issue story, but one of the most influential stories in X-Men. Where we see a future where the Sentinels have taken over. The Sentinels now dominate the planet off of the back of the assassination of Senator Robert Kelly. Robert Kelly is currently trying to push a mutant registration bill through Congress, through the Senate and through Congress. If he's able to do that, it will lead to the outlawing of to the registration of mutant kind. His assassination, however, leads to the outlawing of mutant kind, and so the story starts in a post-apocalyptic future where Kitty, who has recently been recruited to the X-Men, now older and living with some of the last few survivors of the X-Men in a prison camp, is sort of planning a resistance. Like I said, she's one of the newest recruits to the X-Men, because obviously in the wake of the Phoenix Saga, Cyclops leaves the team, because of what happened to Jean. So the team remains now with, I think Banshee has also left the team by this point, who was already older than the rest of the team, and he's now living in Muir Island with Moira, who he had developed a relationship with. Angel returned to the X-Men, though, so the team is now Storm, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Colossus, Angel, and Kitty, who at this point is called Sprite. She does go through several name changes, but Sprite is her name here. In the future, though, the remaining X-Men are Storm, Colossus, Wolverine, Magneto, who is now in a wheelchair, Franklin Richards, the son of Reed Richards and Sue Storm, and Rachel Summers, the future daughter of Scott. And yeah, it's very interesting. Essentially, what happens is Wolverine breaks them out of prison to take on the Sentinels. And they've got this last-ditch attempt at the Sentinels. But they also try... Rachel has a power called chrono skimming. And what she is able to do is she is able to send Kitty's mind back in time. And so Kitty's mind goes back into her younger body to try and thwart the assassination attempt on Kelly. The assassination attempt is going to be carried out by a brand new Brotherhood of Mutants. This Brotherhood of Mutants is Mystique. She's their leader. She was previously introduced in issues of Miss Marvel, which were also being written by Claremont at the time. I quite like... I quite like the character of Mystique, and I like as well that she was introduced somewhere else outside of X-Men. That happens for a couple of major characters in this era, because Sabretooth is also introduced outside of the X-Men before going on to become a major X-Men villain, especially for Wolverine. He appears for the first time in Iron Fist, so of all places. But yeah, Mystique shows, obviously Mystique is a shapeshifter. She's leading the team. Also on the team with her are Pyro, who is a pyrokinetic, Blob, who was obviously a 60s era villain, Avalanche, who is able to create seismic shockwaves that are able to upset the ground, and Destiny. And Destiny is a precognitive. She's able to see the future. And it's actually Destiny who is trying to kill Kelly. Because she is seeing the future, the Days of Future Past future. Kitty is able to convince the X-Men to listen to her, and they go to try and save the day, try and save Kelly. They are successful, and in fact, they are successful because of the elder Kate inside Kitty's body, because Destiny can't see Kate. And so Kate is able to stop Destiny from making the fatal blow on Senator Kelly. And so the Mutant Registration Act kind of dies down for a while, but it is something that's been introduced and is now in the background of a lot of Marvel stories featuring the X-Men at this point. The future X-Men, though, are all killed. Kate and Rachel are the last ones left alive, and that is literally because Rachel is protecting Kate's body outside of the Sentinel encampment, where Wolverine, Colossus, and Storm go in to try and save the day, and all of whom are killed quite quickly. Magneto and Franklin had already previously died in the first issue, trying to cover their escape from the prison center. So, yeah, not a happy ending, unfortunately. Days of Future Past was followed by a graphic novel, which was also quite influential at this point. A graphic novel called God Loves, Man Kills. God Loves, Man Kills sees... God Loves, Man Kills is the story that basically became the inspiration behind X-Men 2. And it sees the character of William Stryker introduced. Now, in this, William Stryker is a preacher, like a conservative Christian preacher, who is preaching that mutants are evil. And as a result, a group that forms around him called the Purifiers starts engaging in anti-mutant violence. One of the adverts for God Loves, Man Kills that was released at the time was pictures of 4 children. And it says, "Do you know who your children are?" And it was 4 children, and on one of them was scrawled the word mutie. God Loves, Man Kills is a dark storyline. I don't want to... I'm not trying to undersell it at all. It is dark and brutal. There are parts of it that are very hard read. For example, one of the first moments in the story features 2 mutant children being strung up by purifiers and killed, and strung up on a playground swing set where they are found by Magneto. And as this issue will go on, this issue doesn't feature Angel, but does feature Cyclops. So I'm not quite sure on its continuity placement. Most people generally, when you're reading the X-Men, to read it sort of around Days of Future Past, and that's where I've seen it put in most collections. But by this point, Cyclops, like I said, was away from the team, and will eventually go back to Anchorage, Alaska, where he grew up, and meet Madeline Pryor, who will go on to become his wife. His adoptive family is in Anchorage. Cyclops himself, he's actually an orphan. It's revealed during the Shi'ar storylines with the Phoenix that his father is actually a space pirate called Corsair, who's the leader of a group called the Starjammers. I freaking love the Starjammers, but they seem to be overshadowed in a lot of Marvel comics recently, because they're just not as popular as the Guardians of the Galaxy off the back of their MCU revival, which is a shame because I think they're awesome. I love the fact that Cyclops' dad is a space pirate. Yeah, it's just his mother has unfortunately passed when he was a child, but yeah, his father being a space pirate, pretty awesome. But yeah, most people generally suggest reading God Loves Man Kills around this point. And like I said, whenever I've seen it collected as part of a larger volume, it's usually collected with Days of Future Past. And I think it's because the two of them approach quite similar themes, which is the idea of mutant discrimination. And Stryker's plan involves actually using Xavier and trying to use Xavier's psychic abilities to attack mutants. The X-Men then have to go up against him. There's some very, very powerful moments, like where he calls, the X-Men are kind of standing up to him in front of a national television debate and this huge auditorium full of people. And they're literally just trying to talk him down after Magneto's already tried violence. The X-Men are now trying something kinder, and they refer to themselves as human, and there's a point where he gestures towards Nightcrawler, who obviously looks like a demon, and says, "You dare call that thing human?" And yeah, Stryker's origin as well is quite brutal, as a bit of a very dark moment, and it's literally because this was a standalone graphic novel. That's what it was, part of a Marvel graphic novel line. It was graphic novel 4, and graphic novel 5 would also be X-Men focused. It would be the introduction of the New Mutants, but I'll get to that in a minute. And yeah, it's a great story. To me, it's probably one of the best X-Men stories there is. There are bits of it that maybe are a bit weaker, that don't hold up quite as well. But what is there is amazing. And, Stryker is beaten at the end because he raises a gun and goes to shoot Kitty on national TV in front of a stage full of people. And a police officer in the crowd shoots him before he can. And when people turn on the police officer, he says, "What I saw was someone about to shoot a little girl. I'm not having that." And yeah, it's brilliant. And it ends with Xavier clearly traumatized by what he's gone through and almost kind of turning his back on his dream. It ends with Magneto almost kind of turning away from his own pursuits and kind of both kind of seeing things from different points of view. Like, is Magneto a bit closer to the X-Men? Is Xavier maybe thinking Magneto's right? It's a very good story. Probably one of the best X-Men stories that exists. And I'm a huge fan of it. There's also a couple of good self-contained issues. Like, there's one that they call it, which appeared in issue 143, which almost became a movie. Like, shortly before the Disney Fox buyout, one of the movies they were talking about was 143, as it was being called. And it was literally based on the storyline in issue 143, which is where Kitty Pryde, alone in the mansion for Christmas, ends up being hunted by a creature that has escaped through a portal on the mansion grounds. And this creature is called Nagari. It's like an other dimensional demon. And it pursues Kitty throughout the mansion. And Kitty has to use all of the mansion's defenses, including the X-Jet, the Danger Room, and so much more, to try and eventually defeat this thing. But that leads to a lot of the mansion being severely damaged. Very good issue. Obviously, Kitty was the new student. She's only implied to be about 13. They do sort of build up a relationship between her and Colossus in this is where I get to some of the ick factor regarding Colossus's age, because it's not really, I don't think it's ever concretely said how old he is. But also Ileana comes to stay at the mansion as well, his little sister. And her and Kitty bond very, very well. Ileana's very young at this point. She's only probably about 7, 8. So she's a lot younger. There's potential that she will be a mutant in the future, but she has no powers as yet. We also get introduced to the New Mutants, like I said, in graphic novel 5. The New Mutants are a new class of students gathered by Xavier, one of whom had appeared before, who was the Vietnamese mutant Karma. She had appeared as a villain, actually, in one issue. But obviously she gets reformed here. She's able to mentally control people. I think she was a reluctant villain in her original appearance. They say her twin brother was sort of behind her actions. So he's the villain, she isn't. The other mutants that were added are Sam Guthrie, who is a character called Cannonball. He's able to basically launch himself forward and become invulnerable while doing so. Roberto DaCosta, who becomes the mutant Sunspot. Rain Sinclair, who is able to transform into a wolf and takes the name Wolfsbane. And Danielle Moonstar, a Native American, I think she's Cheyenne, woman who is able to manipulate dreams. She's able to project dreams and nightmares, so she takes the name Mirage. But she's more commonly known as just Danny Moonstar. The Mirage code name. It's like Marvel Girl's code name for Jean. It's one that gets dropped eventually, and she just becomes known by her actual name. Same with Kitty as well. Kitty is more often known as Kitty Pryde rather than Sprite or Ariel, which she also takes on as a name. Shadowcat is probably her most commonly used name, but that doesn't come until later. The New Mutants, it's pretty interesting. The first storyline is quite self-contained. I've forgotten who their first villain is off the top of my head. New Mutants, again, is one I'm not as well versed on. I do know that pretty much the cast of the first New Mutants story was used as the cast for the New Mutants film. And the New Mutants film also adapted their Demon Bear storyline, which comes later on. They were created by Chris Claremont and Bob McLeod, but Louise Simonson would quite soon take over writing the actual New Mutants story when they were given their own title. And she's definitely more well known as being the more influential creator of the team. I think they were originally intended to debut in their own series, but Jim Shooter wanted it to be reworked into the graphic novel so that they could debut there. And it did also continue a plotline from Uncanny X-Men, I think, in that graphic novel. I might even have it the wrong way around. Maybe the New Mutants was graphic novel 4 and God Loves Man Kills was graphic novel 5. I know they were very closely related. They didn't really appear in the X-Men themselves. Like I said, they were kind of in the mansion, but they were explored in their own title. One of the other big character debuts that occurred at this time, and I'm covering this one here because it's kind of a follow-up to Days of Future Past, is Avengers Annual Issue 10, which was also written by Chris Claremont. Now, this saw the debut of the character Rogue. Now, Rogue, as she is introduced, is a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Most of the Brotherhood were locked up as a result of Days of Future Past. Mystique managed to escape. And we see that she's recruited the character of Rogue. Rogue is able to steal powers. And the story starts when Carol Danvers, the former Miss Marvel, washes up. She's saved from falling off of one of the bridges in New York by Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman brings her to the Avengers, and Carol has seemingly lost her powers and seems to have lost most of her memories as well. Xavier is brought in to sort of help with the latter, but the Avengers investigate the former. The Avengers come up against Rogue, who has stolen Carol's abilities, and she has Carol's powers as Miss Marvel, which allow her to fly, give her super strength. They make her invulnerable. But obviously, on top of that, she also has her own powers, and she is able to steal powers off of other people, which she uses to incapacitate several of the big major Avengers, including Thor and Captain America. And I believe Wonder Man as well. Her and Mystique then try to free the Brotherhood of Mutants, and Spider-Woman and the reduced Avengers team go to try and to face them. Beast ends up coming up against them as well, because obviously, like I said, Beast was part of the Avengers team at this point. And, what follows is a pretty formulaic story. It's a standard annual fare for anyone who's never read a comic book annual. Basically, they were like bumper issues with a big story, and that's essentially what this is for the most part, as it, at least everything that deals with the Brotherhood. And were it not for how important Rogue goes on to be, it would probably be a bit more forgettable in that aspect. However, there's also another aspect at play here, which is the fact that this is a Chris Claremont's response and follow-up to the Jim Shooter penned Avengers issue 200, which had come out, I believe, a couple of years before. As I said, Chris Claremont had been quite closely involved with the character of Miss Marvel. He'd been writing herself, her solo title for a while, which is where he'd introduced the character of Mystique in the first place. That title had eventually been cancelled. Miss Marvel had been promoted to the Avengers, and so her storyline carried on there. For the 200th issue of Avengers, and I'm going to go off on a bit of a tangent here, but that's because this is quite possibly one of the things that I can criticize Jim Shooter for, very much so, because it's a bad decision, and the way Claremont tackles it here is fantastic. I'm also going to put a slight trigger warning, because this is going to touch on sexual abuse. Essentially, for the storyline of Avengers 200, Carol Danvers falls pregnant and gives birth to a character called Marcus. Marcus very quickly ages and, grows to adulthood. Carol, like I said, she just spontaneously finds herself pregnant. There's no indication of a father or anything like that. Marcus's presence, he's revealed to have come from another dimension, and his presence in our reality is distorting time. Like, everything in time is happening all at once. And to resolve it, Marcus has to return to his own dimension. The reason he came to our dimension was because he'd fallen in love with Carol. And yeah, there's a lot of elements at play. And yeah, so he used Carol as like a conduit to be born into this dimension so that he could exist in it, but purely so that he could romance Carol. And he has to return back to his own dimension, and Carol offers to go with him. And the Avengers let her go. They don't object, that, nothing. This is a bad story. Like, the implications here are terrible. There's so much bad in it. And it's written and drawn by really good people at the top of their fields. And so there is really no excuse for it. Chris Claremont was one of the many fans who was incensed by it, mainly because of its treatment of Carol Danvers, a character that he had quite a close working relationship with. And so he wanted to use Avengers Annual 10 as a way of directly addressing his issues with this story. And he has the Avengers meet Carol at the Xavier Mansion, where she, having regathered some of her memories with the help of Xavier, lays into the Avengers, like full bore, lays into them. It's fantastic, and she basically criticizes them for the way they acted. She says that she was not of her own mind when Marcus took her. What she basically experienced was similar to rape, to sexual abuse, to mind control, and her friends, the Avengers, just let it happen. And like I said, she lays into them and gives them all both barrels, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. So it's a very defining character moment for Carol Danvers, and one of her big evolutions as a character. Brings her more closely into the X-Men fold, where she will remain for a while. Carol goes on to become a major supporting character for a lot of the X-Men stories going forward. And like I said, it also sees the introduction of Rogue. It's a fantastic issue. If you can ever find it anywhere, I highly recommend it. It's one of the best annuals I've ever read, because while it is thoroughly enjoyable superhero fare on its own, the fact it addresses this terrible story makes it even better. And like I said, Rogue is a great character. Rogue ends up joining the X-Men, however, which is one of the things that drives Carol away from the team, because Rogue starts getting negatively affected by the voices in her head from the personas of all the people she's absorbed. Now, only Carol's persona, her Miss Marvel memories, are permanently absorbed by Rogue. Everyone else is temporary, but they are having an effect on her mental stability. And not knowing where else to go, she seeks out the X-Men for help. And Wolverine is one of the few people who does stand up for her, and support her inclusion onto the team, recognizing that, yes, so she may have made some bad decisions, she's gone down some bad path, but she herself has the potential for good. And yeah, Rogue eventually reforms and joins the team. Wolverine as well also had his first limited series around this point, which formed the basis for the Wolverine movie that released in 2013. And it's quite often subtitled as The Japan Adventure. It was written by Chris Claremont, drawn by Frank Miller. Very good story. It's a 4-part miniseries, where Wolverine ends up in Japan pursuing Mariko Yoshida, who I mentioned earlier, because she is now engaged to marry. And it turns out her father is a crime lord called Shingen. And Wolverine ends up fighting Shingen in an honor duel. Wolverine is a very interesting character. He's one of the most richly developed X-Men, but so much of it was happening on the fly in this period. The adamantium bones, the skeleton, the claws, the healing factor, so much of it wasn't there. Like, originally part of the plan that John Byrne had was for him to be a teenager. The idea of him being an older man came about much later. And, he ends up killing Shingen, but then proposes marriage to Mariko. Him and Mariko almost end up married, until their wedding gets attacked, and there's like a stain on his honor and things like that. It's very, very interesting, and it creates the idea of Wolverine as this kind of noble savage, given these savage tendencies, but also given this real honorable shogun kind of vibe. It's great basis for a character. So like I said earlier, the 80s is really kind of where the X-Men's popularity sort of starts to explode. It started obviously with New Mutants getting that second title, focusing on a younger team of X-Men. New Mutants carried on going, and obviously Wolverine got his spin-off miniseries. I think there were a few others that had miniseries at this point as well. Nightcrawler and Iceman, I think, were two of the first ones. But the New Mutants continued. The New Mutants got new recruits as well. Karma, who was the team's original leader, was believed dead. She apparently died, and so Cannonball and Moonstar took over as co-leaders, and then recruited new characters and mention some of them because they are quite important later on. Firstly, there's the character of Douglas Ramsey. He is a mutant who is able to learn or speak any language really rapidly. It doesn't matter whether it's human, alien, or machine, so it makes him a real computer expert. It's one of those that's kind of an underrated power, but I think it gives him a lot of potential. Like, I've seen one story where they had it so he could even interpret body language, which made him a really excellent fighter, in terms of being able to dodge incoming blows. But yeah, Doug Ramsey, he's a character called Cypher. He's great. I quite like him. He bonds especially with an extraterrestrial alien from a race called the Technarchy, called Warlock. Warlock is considered a pariah by his own people because he actually has empathy, which makes him a mutant to them. There's also Magma, who is a member of a secret Roman society in the Amazon. The secret Roman society that was founded by a seemingly immortal mutant called Selene, who goes on to be quite important. She ends up getting linked to the Hellfire Club. She knows magic. She's just very, very cool. But Magma, Amara Aquila, as she's known as well, she's basically able to control lava and gives herself a fiery form as well. And then the most important new mutant recruit is Ileana Rasputin, Colossus's little sister. She ends up being sent to Limbo. Now, in the Marvel universe, Limbo is this parallel dimension basically inhabited by demons, and time moves differently there. So while she's there, Ileana ages into teenagehood and she develops her own mutant power. And her mutant power is that she's able to teleport. She creates like teleportation discs, but she also becomes a very skilled magic user, and a formidable swordswoman. She ends up with something called the Soul Sword. And so she ends up becoming a character called Magic and joining the X-Men. She has kind of a darker, well, not the X-Men, sorry, the New Mutants. She has kind of a darker half as well. And this darker half comes out as a character called Darkchild. But that Darkchild is usually centered around a story whenever she does appear. Cypher and Warlock especially have this incredible bond between them that make them a lot of fun. There was also another title around in the late 70s, early 80s, which also touched on mutants quite a lot. And that title was the Marvel UK title of Captain Britain. Now, Captain Britain is not, as you might expect, just a Captain America analog, but for the UK. What Captain Britain actually is a very magic-based character that involves the multiverse. And a lot of the foundational stuff for Captain Britain, or at least some of the most famous foundational stuff, was done by Alan Moore in pretty much his only work for Marvel Comics. And he basically did a storyline that's since been collected and is referred to as, I've seen in collected volumes as Mad World. Basically, Captain Marvel was being printed in a magazine. So you get like 8 pages of issue. 8 pages of brand new story at a time for Captain Britain. And then there'd be other titles in there as well, like Death's Head or the Revolutionaries or whatever. All these, Marvel UK characters. And Marvel UK was kind of related to Marvel, but it was essentially its own separate thing operating out of the British Isles. Now, Captain Britain is a character called Brian Braddock. And after an accident when he was, an accident a few years ago, he was given the choice by Merlin, as in literally the King Arthur Merlin, who is this other dimensional powerful wizard. And he was given the choice between a sword of might or the amulet of right. Brian chose the amulet, got the powers of Captain Britain. As the Captain Britain, he is essentially one of the defenders of his universe, and he's also inducted into a group called the Captain Britain Corps. They all respond to the control of the whims of Merlin, who kind of has set himself up as like the omniversal guardian. Like his point is his whole thing is to guard the omniverse, so every reality. And every reality has a Captain Britain, and some of them are, there's a couple that are dinosaurs. There's one that's a Nazi, because like in that world, Nazi Germany won the war and dominated Britain. But regardless of whatever their origins are, they are all Captain Britain, and they all serve Merlin, and when Merlin is eventually disposed, his successors. Now, Alan Moore's run on the title started with the introduction of a character called the Fury. The Fury is this advanced techno-organic being, and it originated in a parallel world. And this parallel world had been dominated by a mutant called Jim Jaspers. And Brian had ended up there, where he ended up fighting the Fury. He almost died doing it, defeating the original Fury, and defeating Jaspers, and then was sent back to his own world. And this is where it was revealed that basically the world that has fallen to Jim Jaspers, it was basically being shown to Brian because it's about to happen to his own world. He is about to, his world, Jim Jaspers exists. He is running for Prime Minister, and he is about to come into his reality warping powers. And, the Fury follows him from the previous world and starts hunting him as well. The Fury is designed to hunt down superhumans. Brian also works with several other characters. First of all is his twin sister, Elizabeth Braddock, otherwise known as Betsy. She is a precognitive and telepath. She's more used as a precognitive in the Captain Britain titles, but when she comes over into America, into X-Men, she's more often used as a telepath. But she does have elements of both. But I'll come back to Betsy in a minute. I've got more to say about her. She's also, as Jim Jaspers takes over the UK, he also starts rounding up mutants. One of the mutants that gets rounded up is a woman called Megan. And Megan has the ability, she's got empathic abilities, and she's kind of almost related to like fae, like the fairy type creatures. And she's able to, shapeshift based on the empathic whims of those around her. So when people are hunting her and treating her like this vicious, evil mutant, she has this monstrous form. But when Brian comes to save her, she attains this beautiful form of this gorgeous woman. And obviously she falls for Brian eventually falls for her. The two of them eventually end up getting married. And yeah, the whole story of Mad World is very, very good, and it's very mind bendy. It's very ambitious. It's mainly the Fury and Jim Jaspers that defeat each other at the end, but it introduces a lot of elements. It does kind of start in the middle of the story arc, because most of the collected volumes don't focus on anything before Alan Moore joined the title. So it's literally just the Alan Moore storyline. Alan Moore left at the end of Mad World, and Captain Britain continued for a while longer. Betsy ended up becoming Captain Britain for a while. She fought her own villains, a character called Slaymaster, who was quite a prominent one. She was involved with a British government group called Strike, who was obviously inspired by S.H.I.E.L.D., and they had their own mutant division, which was 4 telepaths. They all ended up dead at various points in the story as well. But yeah, Captain of Britain eventually came to a close, and when it did, Psylocke, as she was now known, Betsy Braddock, came over to America and was introduced in X-Men. And I'm not sure entirely on the origins of how she ends up joining the team, because like I said, I've not read that. But I know it was she joined after a very prominent event, which I'm going to get to in a minute, and would go on to become a very influential X-Men member. But yeah, the reasons why I'm covering all that now is because it's going to be important later. I did misspeak earlier when I said the Morlocks appeared before the Phoenix Saga. They didn't. They appeared after this. I have read their titles as well, which is one reason why I might have been confused. But yeah, essentially the oh, sorry, my brain's just completely gone there. Right, the Morlocks get introduced when they abduct Angel. Their leader, Callisto, has fallen for Angel and wants to bring him down into the sewers with the rest of them. And the X-Men come to his rescue, and Storm ends up fighting Callisto for control of the Morlocks. And she beats Callisto in a fight without her powers. And it's very, very cool. Like, she doesn't use her powers to win the fight. She does it as a straight up combat fight. That was very cool. It's very, very good story. But the introduction of the Morlocks then eventually leads to something called the Mutant Massacre, which I'm going to get to in a minute. But before then, Jean Grey returned, and this was a decision that Chris Claremont was not particularly happy with. It actually took place outside of the main X-Men title, and this was in this with the creation of the title X Factor. Now, the idea behind X Factor was to bring back the original 5 X-Men. And I think actually the original plan may have been to have the original 4 with Dazzler, because I think the Dazzler series was coming to an end at this point. But someone decided, well, why don't we just bring back Jean Grey? And then it's like, well, she's dead. And it's like, because the characters had still been in publication. Like, throughout the 70s and the 80s, Angel, Beast, and Iceman had all been in various superhero teams. Like, they'd been members of the Defenders, they'd been members of the Champions, although the Champions was a very short-lived team. And obviously Beast was a member of the Avengers. So it was decided that because Defenders was due to be cancelled, they wanted to free up Angel, Beast, and Iceman for X Factor. The main issue was bringing back Cyclops and Jean Grey. So obviously Jean Grey had been killed in the Dark Phoenix Saga, but it was considered it was vital that they have a female member. And so they came up with the idea that Jean Grey had never actually been the Phoenix, and instead the Phoenix entity had just copied Jean Grey's identity and form and kept her safe underneath Jamaica Bay. And so she would be found by the Fantastic Four. The more controversial one was the fact that Cyclops by this point was now married and had a young child. He had married a woman called Madeline Pryor, an Alaskan pilot who was almost identical to Jean Grey. Like, by design, she was almost identical to Jean Grey. But with her, he'd been happily married, and they'd had an infant son. Their son was called Nathan. Nathan Christopher as well, named after, in part named after his father. And it was a really interesting idea. And one of the other reasons why one of the other ways they came up with it and had it all come together, I think it was Bob Layton who was working on the original team and wanted to bring Jean Grey back. Louise Simonson would eventually take over quite quickly on the actual run. So she was obviously writing New Mutants at the time and then also writing X Factor. So while Chris Claremont was focusing on the main X-Men team, she was doing other stuff there. One of the main reasons why they distanced themselves from the rest of the X-Men, though, is because Magneto came back to the X-Men. And there was a couple of different things that were going on at this point. First of all, there'd been an encounter with an alien race called the Brood, and I think Xavier had been very badly wounded by the Brood, which was part of it as well. So that had led to him going back into space with Lilandra. And so there was that aspect. There was also, when he left, he wanted to leave someone to take over the school, because the New Mutants obviously were a big foundational part of the school at this point, but also the New Mutants had a rival academy, which was the Hellions, and the Hellions were a group of mutants who were mutant students who were being led by Emma Frost, the White Queen. And in fact, two quite important characters debut as part of the Hellions. There's Angelica Jones, who becomes the character Firestar, and James Proudstar, who is the younger brother of Thunderbird. And so he takes on the name Thunderbird, but it will later become known as Warpath. But yeah, the Brood had also been involved with Carol Danvers as well. When she was still hanging around with the X-Men, they'd actually given her a new set of powers by experimenting on her. Like, she'd end up teaming up with the X-Men to fight the Brood, and they'd given her powers that had turned her into a character called Binary, which basically gave her these ridiculously vast cosmic powers. So yeah, there's that aspect as well. But it's all very good. It's very good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Like, a lot of it is very, very good. I really enjoy a lot of this stuff, or at least the bits I have read. But yeah, X Factor was kind of controversial. Just by its nature of its existence. Chris Claremont was very unhappy that Cyclops basically walked out on Madeline and Nathan, because obviously he had plans there. He was trying to do stuff to rehabilitate Magneto and bring him in as like the mentor to the New Mutants. He was building up towards Magneto to actually be put on trial for his crimes in X-Men 200. Like, this was something he was working on, and he was obviously doing other stuff as well. Like, he'd introduced other new characters, like a mutant called Forge had been introduced. He's a mutant who creates technology, creates weapons, and he'd been working for the American government. One of the weapons he'd created was a device that could strip mutants of their powers, and it had actually been used on Storm. The problem was Storm and Forge had fallen in love. So that was actually an element that was at play in the stories as well. There was so much good character drama. They even brought back Rachel. Like, Rachel Summers had come back from the future. Rogue was a completely rehabilitated member. Havoc returned, and Havoc ended up getting quite close to Madeline at some point as well. Yeah, there was a lot going on. But like I said, X Factor happened. The X-Men, the X Factor team went off and started doing their own thing. They started gathering some mutant students, some quite they sort of set themselves up as mutant hunters, but what they were actually doing was capturing these rogue mutants and then teaching them how to learn their powers. And there were some quite interesting characters that got introduced as part of this group, such as Tabitha Smith. She's a woman who runs away from her abusive father, and she's able to create energy spheres that she calls time bombs because she can make them explode whenever she wants to. And there's also a character called Richter, who is a Mexican teenager, produces like seismic waves, and Leech, who is this green-skinned boy that can dampen the powers of anyone around him. They were one of X Factor were also linked to Cameron Hodge, who is one of their business managers. He's actually a mutant hater, like real anti-mutant bigot. And they also introduce one of the major new X-Men nemesis in this, which is in X Factor issue 6. They introduced the character of Apocalypse. And Apocalypse is this mutant with a very Darwinist survival of the fittest attitude. And yeah, he comes up against the X-Men. Comes up against X Factor, but goes on to be this very important character. However, early into X Factor's run, and shortly after X-Men 200, a crossover happened called the Mutant Massacre. The Mutant Massacre sees the introduction of a group of mutants called the Marauders. Sabretooth is one of them. Most of the others are characters who have never really been seen outside this group, so they're not really worth commenting on here. And the Marauders basically invade the Morlock tunnels underneath New York and immediately start killing the Morlocks. And during this battle, the X-Men and X Factor, as well as several other heroes, like I believe Daredevil was involved at one point, Thor was involved at one point, basically try and respond to what's going on. But X Factor and the X-Men are completely separated. They don't interact at any point in the story. And quite a lot of the established Morlock characters are killed in this storyline. And the X-Men have to be quite brutal. Like, Colossus kills one of the Morlocks himself. We don't know why the Morlocks are doing this particularly. There's an element said about how they're killing off like weaker mutants. But none of it's really explained too much. At least not at this point. And yeah, it's a brutal story, and several of the X-Men end up quite severely injured. Like, Colossus ends up taking a lot of damage to the point that he's scared to revert back to his human form for a while. Nightcrawler ends up quite badly wounded. Kitty ends up in a state where she's kind of permanently phased, like a ghost, almost. Angel ends up being pinned up by two of the Marauders and having huge parts of his wings damaged. To the point that basically they need to be amputated after the story. It's a very, very dark story. A lot of characters die, and it really takes a toll on the X-Men. And, the X-Men kind of escape with as many survivors as they can. Most of the other Morlocks flee. Some still remain in the tunnels, as we'll see later on. But, yeah, it's a very, very dark story. And as a result of the Mutant Massacre, obviously there's big changes in the X-Men team because Nightcrawler and Kitty are out of action. So obviously this is where other characters start to return. I think this is roughly when Dazzler joins the team as well. But perhaps the biggest change is with Angel. Angel basically becomes suicidal after losing his powers. He's lost his wings. He's lost the ability to fly. And he's contemplating suicide. And it's at this point that Apocalypse comes to him and transforms him into Death, his horseman, one of his horsemen. And this gives Angel perhaps his most famous look of all time, which is big metal wings and blue skin. Now, Apocalypse then attacks with his horsemen. The horsemen are all defeated, and Angel is saved from Apocalypse's mind control. However, those physical changes remain, and so he takes the name Archangel, and he becomes a much darker version of the character. And he actually leaves X Factor for a while. When he does come back, one of their mutant students, Caliban, who I think was also a Morlock, a former Morlock, turns to Apocalypse for more power himself. And so Caliban ends up becoming the new Horseman Death, until they have to eventually save him as well. So yeah, there's a lot of dark stuff at this point. And this isn't even the worst of it, because what follows soon after, the idea of the annual crossover became a thing at this point, where the X-Men titles would all kind of cross over. And then they built up to a big one, and this big one was called Fall of the Mutants. And the idea behind Fall of the Mutants was that X-Men, X Factor, and New Mutants would all undergo severe changes. And with the X Factor story, I believe it was linked to everything that was going on with Archangel. With New Mutants, it would be the death of Cypher. So yeah, Cypher actually is killed and passes away. With and this is also roughly where the Mutant Registration Act comes in as well. And so that links into several other titles at the time. There's a Captain America crossover issue focusing on it. The whole idea of this Mutant Registration Act, Senator Kelly's Mutant Registration Act, which had obviously had the groundwork laid in Days of Future Past, now becoming a thing. But yeah, it's but yeah, there's some dark stuff that goes on. But yeah, Magneto blames humanity for Cypher's death, which then turns to him leaving the New Mutants. But the biggest change is that the X-Men seemingly die because they confront an enemy of Forge's, and they have to seemingly give their lives to stop him. But not all is as it seems. So yeah, the X-Men chapter of Fall of the Mutants. This is where a lot of plot elements seem to start to come together. Some of these ongoing ideas that had existed throughout the titles. So this ancient enemy of Forge's people, because Forge is Native American, this being called the adversary attacks Dallas. And the X-Men are in Dallas as well because they're looking for Storm, who at this point is depowered and has gone missing. They also encounter Freedom Force. Freedom Force is basically the second Brotherhood of Mutants, so Mystique, Destiny, Blob, Avalanche, and Pyro, who have struck a deal with the American government to basically work for them as mutant hunters. I think this is kind of inspired by what Cameron Hodge had tried to do with X Factor while they were under disguise, because I think that had been revealed by this point. But yeah, the adversary keeps, it seems unbeatable. He seems unstoppable, and the X-Men and Freedom Force try and stop him. Forge realizes the only way to stop him is to cast the same spell that his people tried to do, that when they originally banished the adversary. But the only problem is it involves the sacrifice of 9 souls. Now, when it was cast by his people, there were 9 volunteers. The X-Men at this point volunteer. So that's Storm, Wolverine, Colossus, Rogue, Dazzler, Psylocke, Havoc, Madeline Pryor, and Longshot. I haven't covered Longshot. I'll come back to him in a second, because he's part of one of my favorite aspects of the X-Men. And they seemingly give their lives in this battle to fuel Forge's spell. And this seemingly kills the X-Men and banishes the adversary. However, it turns out that the goddess Roma. Now, Roma is Merlin's daughter, so she is an omniversal guardian. Like, at this point, she has taken over Merlin's role as the omniversal guardian, and she had become involved in events, and she takes pity on the X-Men for their sacrifice and returns them all to life. And she allows the X-Men to carry on with their operations while the world assumes they are dead. And, I think she even disguises them from surveillance so that they won't show up on videotape or anything like that. And the theory is they can go to fight any enemies that they need to without worrying about people being hurt for collateral damage. And so they head off to Australia to establish a new base. And before they go, Roma gives them one last thing, which is called the Siege Perilous. And she tells them that should they be discovered, they can walk through the Siege Perilous. It's like this magical portal and reset things. So it's a very interesting idea, very cool story. I want to touch on a couple of the X-Men I have kind of skipped over because there's plot elements going forward. So Longshot, first of all, was introduced in his own miniseries. He is a character from an alternate dimension called the Mojoverse. The Mojoverse is so called because it is ruled by a character called Mojo. Mojo is essentially a sleazy television executive. He is able to watch alternate realities and alternate dimensions and sort of use them as television shows, and he's obsessed with the X-Men. Longshot ends up being created Longshot ends up being created as a new television star, but then ends up joining an underground rebellion because Mojo is basically running a dictatorship where he's the autocrat and, he controls everything. Longshot eventually goes on the run, ends up in the main universe. Mojo becomes an enemy of the X-Men. I quite like Mojo. Every time he appears, it's funny. And the cartoon series, I think, always do a great job with Mojo. I think he's not been touched in the films yet. I think if any of the film series at the minute could do him justice, it would be Deadpool. But Deadpool 3 seems to be going in a very, very different direction. So, yeah, I'd love to see Mojo in the films. I think it would be
absolutely bizarre, but I'm not holding out hope that it's ever going to happen, unfortunately. So yeah, there's that aspect. There's also Rachel Summers. When she comes back from the future, from the Days of Future Past timeline, she's also pursued by a very advanced Sentinel called Nimrod. Now, Nimrod is this, like I said, ridiculously hyper advanced Sentinel. He is incredibly destructive. He's able to heal himself. He's much more sentient than any other Sentinel we've ever seen before. He's not completely robotic. Nimrod is he's basically the ultimate mutant killer. And Rachel as well, when she was in the future, also had a lot of dark stuff happen to her. She ended up being captured by a character called Ahab and turned into one of his hounds, which basically meant she was being used as a mutant hunter. She also seems to, because of the Phoenix revelation and how Phoenix was like this energy being rather than actually being Jean Grey, Rachel seems to have the ability to tap into that same Phoenix force, which is where she gets her code name from. I generally call her Rachel because she has gone through a lot of code names, as you will see as I go on through this. But yeah, Longshot as a member of the team, Rachel, Longshot as a member of this hidden team, he's formed a relationship with Dazzler. The two of them have become quite close. And he joins the rest of the presumed dead X-Men in Australia. Then they set up a base in the outback. Meanwhile, Rachel, Kitty, Nightcrawler, who is now healed, and Captain Britain and Megan end up teaming together to become a British-based X-Men team called Excalibur. And I love Excalibur. Like, they end up with some weird adventures. They end up with some really cool stuff. There's universe hopping. There's things like the cross-time caper. Lots of very cool, very weird stuff in Excalibur. The New Mutants end up sort of breaking away from Magneto because of him going more vengeful again, and sort of him taking a turn for the villainous. So the New Mutants are kind of on their own as well. It's an interesting run of comics. And this is all kind of, everything in the middle now is kind of building up to the next year's crossover. So, by this point, these titles were all coming out quite regularly. X-Men had stopped being a bi-monthly comic some time ago and was now monthly. Between X-Men, X-Factor, New Mutants, and now Excalibur, as well as Wolverine as well, who had his own solo title at this point, like, things were getting good. And the Wolverine solo title as well, he ends up doing some amazing stuff. He ends up going to Madripoor. He takes on the identity of a character called Patch, who's basically like an underground mafioso boss with an eye patch, which basically lets him act on Madripoor doing whatever he needs to do. So yeah, that's kind of cool. But yes, let's carry on from here. Okay, so the Australian team becomes more proactive and ends up sort of taking down some mutant threats a bit more proactively. And they come into contact with a group called the Reavers. And yeah, the Reavers are these humans who have enhanced themselves to be cyborgs to oppose mutants. And the Reavers will eventually be the undoing of the Australian team. The Australian team also works with an Aboriginal mutant called Gateway. Now, Gateway is able to, he's got this like thing on a stick which he uses to create portals, and he's completely silent, doesn't talk to anyone. and he basically teleports them all around the globe. The big crossover, though, that sort of brings the X-Men back and reveals to everyone that they are still alive is Inferno. Now, Inferno, I have read, but it was some time ago. And I've read some of the build-up to it as well. I've read most of the Australian era. And it's very interesting. But the biggest aspect of it, I suppose, is that Madeline Pryor makes an arrangement with a demon of limbo called Nastiath. And then there's all, I've never heard that said, so I have no idea. Nastiath and Sim. And Sim has also connected to magic as well. And the idea is that basically she becomes a character called the Goblin Queen. She ends up becoming connected to Limbo, like the Queen of Limbo. And the demons of Limbo invade New York. Now, Inferno started as obviously an X-Men crossover. It's born out of the X-Men. But Inferno affected everyone. It affected every title at the time. Like, for example, while the demon invasion was happening in New York, Human Torch wasn't able to turn off his flame, and he was burning hellfire rather than just normal fire. There was Spider-Man at the time had the second Hobgoblin, and the first Hobgoblin had powers, the second one didn't. And so the second one made a bargain with a demon during this run to basically get powers, and he later became known as the Demo Goblin, the Demon Goblin. So yeah, there's a lot of quite interesting things that were going on throughout Inferno. There's like mailboxes attacking people, and demons running through the streets, lots of mass panic. It was incredible story. Some of the art is absolutely incredible for this storyline. The really creative stuff. But yeah, basically the main plot was, the main villains were the demons, obviously, Goblin Queen, and the character of Mr. Sinister. Now, Mr. Sinister is my favorite X-Men villain. Like, if I had to pick like a favorite that I really want to see done justice in the films, it's Mr. Sinister, and it almost happened. But yeah, Mr. Sinister is incredible. He's this cold, calculating geneticist, basically. And it's revealed that he created Madeline Pryor. Madeline is actually a clone of Jean Grey. And the reason why Sinister created her is because after the death of Jean Grey, he wanted the child of the Summers and Grey bloodlines, because he recognizes how powerful that mutant child will be. And so much of the story is basically Madeline trying to get her child, Nathan, Mr. Sinister also trying to get the child, and then obviously the New Mutants have got their own thing going on, because it's there's demons going on, which then means magic turns into Darkchild and other stuff goes on there. Magic eventually gets returned back to her youth during this storyline. She ends up becoming Ileana again. And I think as well, by this point, some of the X Factor kids had joined the New Mutants. So Richter and Boomer, Tabitha, had ended up joining the New Mutants, or at least they would by the end of this storyline as well. And I think Proudstar joined them around this time as well, leaving the Hellions. Firestar had left the Hellions and gone on to join, well, she would go on to join the New Warriors in the late 80s as well. So yeah, lots going on. You find this with X-Men, they're constantly changing teams. But yeah, it basically revealed that the Australian team was still alive. Madeline ended up dead as the result of this storyline, and her memories, as well as the memories of the Phoenix, both ended up going back to Jean. And it was kind of implied that Madeline's had woken up when the Phoenix died as well, which was an interesting aspect. Like, the part of Jean that was in the Phoenix had been the part of had created Madeline. And so when Madeline died, all of that went back into Jean, which I thought was a great little way of tying things together. The X-Men still go back to Australia though, and they're still sort of away from X Factor. But yeah, everything's kind of defeated. Mr. Sinister's foiled, the demons are defeated, Limbo disappears. But yeah, Madeline's dead. And it's around this point where, the X-Men kind of start to take a new direction. Eventually, every member of the Australian team that remains, except for Wolverine, will go through the Siege Perilous and be changed in some way. And I can't remember the exact order. I can remember some of the things that happen to them, but I can't remember the exact order they go through it. And part of it happens when Nimrod attacks them, and Nimrod himself actually ends up going through the portal as well. But also, the Reavers attack. And the Reavers attack and crucify Wolverine. Wolverine is saved, however, by a young kid called Jubilee. Jubilee had seen the X-Men in a mall. They'd come to save her. She was like an LA mall rat. And she followed them back through the teleportation portal and ended up at their base, and had basically remained there hidden, stealing food, stealing clothes, etc. She saves Wolverine, and her and Wolverine then defeat the Reavers and start making their way back to America the long way round. Everyone else, though, has gone through the Siege Perilous. Rogue is one of the first ones to go through. She is seen on the other side, and the Siege Perilous kind of didn't know what to do with her and her Miss Marvel identity. And so this withered form of Miss Marvel had split off from her, and Rogue didn't have her Miss Marvel abilities or memories. And in this state, she encountered Magneto in the Savage Land. And Magneto kind of helped put her back together, which created a bit of a relationship between the two of them. Storm found herself in the body of a child, but that turned out to be related to a plot done by a mutant called the Shadow King, a very powerful telepathic mutant, and one of the first evil mutants ever encountered by Charles Xavier, one of the things that had prompted him to form the X-Men in the first place. Storm, in this young body, also encountered the character of Gambit. Gambit is a thief from Louisiana, also known as Remy LeBeau. Gambit's great. Gambit's one of the most famous X-Men characters. He's very mysterious at this point, and not much is really known about him. But yeah, he's quite cool. Havoc ended up on Genosha. He would go on to be one of the last of the X-Men to be found by the rest of them. Genosha is an apartheid state, basically, with mutant slaves. Like, it's built on mutant slavery. Mutants there are turned into mutates, where they're kind of they're genetically experimented on. They're a slave class. Havoc ends up on Genosha, but he believes himself to be one of the magistrates, so he believes himself to be human. So there's that aspect going on as well. And that would lead to the next crossover, which is called Extinction Agenda, where the X-Men and New Mutants would all end up there. Several of them would get go through the mutate process themselves, which I think is how Storm ends up becoming an adult again. It changes Wolfsbane as well. She gets kind of stuck in her wolf, like her hybrid form between being human and wolf. So she's like a werewolf full time, and things like that. Psylocke goes through quite a dramatic change, where she seems to be Asian now. She's in an Asian body, and she's working for the Hand, and being used as an assassin by them. I think she's also called Lady Mandarin at some point. Yeah, it's a very bizarre, a very bizarre idea, to have her like that, but and they keep it for a while. There's a lot more to it. It's revealed to be sort of body swap shenanigans, and part of it's by the Hand, and a lot of this was retconned later on, but the original intent by Claremont was that, yeah, Psylocke's now in the body of a ninja assassin and has all the skills and powers that come with that. Dazzler and Longshot, I don't think actually go through the Siege Perilous. I think they end up back in the Mojoverse. And Colossus does go through it, I believe, but I can't remember exactly what happens to him. Wolverine and Jubilee, though, sort of make their way back to America the long way round. They go through Madripoor. They end up encountering Forge, Banshee, and sort of trying to form a new X-Men team with those. And eventually all the team, they're the ones that encounter Psylocke, and like they eventually find Storm and Gambit and so on. That they end up on a mission in space with the Shi'ar shortly before the whole crossover in Genosha. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Genosha is also linked to Cameron Hodge as well. He ends up becoming like one of the major characters in Genosha. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. One of the biggest changes in this period, though, is what happens with X-Factor and the New Mutants. Firstly, the New Mutants are approached by a mysterious character called Cable. Cable is this very powerful soldier with a lot of advanced weaponry. And he's being pursued by an enemy of his called Strife. And he basically takes a very militaristic look on things. And he sort of inducts the New Mutants that follow him and gradually starts to mold them into like a commando force. So the New Mutants at the time are Cannonball, Sunspot, Richter, Boomer, Warpath. I think Moonstar's still with them at this point, but I think she leaves after a while. And a couple of others. And yeah, not everyone kind of responds to Cable very well, but those that do just kind of stay. And, Cannonball especially becomes a bit of a protege for Cable. But Cable's origins are sort of shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Apocalypse infects Nathan, baby Nathan, with a techno-organic virus, similar to the one that was in Warlock. Warlock has also seemingly died at this point in a confrontation with one of the confrontations the New Mutants ended up as part of. He'd been severely changed ever since Cypher had died as well, so there's that aspect to it. But yeah, this techno-organic virus basically can't be cured in the present, and it will kill Nathan. And so Scott makes a deal with a character called Ascani. Now, Ascani is Rachel Summers. Rachel, due to events in Excalibur, has ended up in the far future. Like, she's disappeared, and she's become a character called Mother Ascani. And she essentially reaches back through time, saying that she can save Nathan. Rachel had always been quite close to Nathan, very protective of him. Kind of the brother she never had growing up. And yeah, she says she can save Nathan, but to do it, Cyclops will have to give him up, and Nathan will have to go into the future forever. And so Cyclops agrees and gives up Nathan and sends him to the future. And it's later revealed through a lot of stuff. I don't know how much of this was the intention at the time, but it is later revealed that Cable is actually the grown-up version of Nathan. He's grown up in that future, and it's a future where Apocalypse rules. And so he has time traveled back into the past to ensure that Apocalypse does not take over. I've got to say, it's a very interesting idea. And it wasn't the original intention for Cable, but it is an intention that really works. And like, for me, I really like it. It makes a lot of sense. And it kind of explains two plot threads, like who Cable is and what happened to Nathan at the same time. Otherwise, you've got two completely different plot threads that both need to be resolved, but resolving them together like that, I quite like. And I like the dynamic that sets up as well between Cyclops and Cable whenever they interact, once they both learn the truth. So yeah, the revelation of that doesn't come until a little bit later, but yeah, it was a cool twist. So by this point, X-Men was pretty much a sensation. It was probably the biggest thing Marvel were publishing. Like I've said, I think I've used this fact at one point before, that at one point, around the late 80s, early 90s, the X-Men franchise of books were outselling everything else that Marvel was publishing and everything DC was publishing combined. That's just how much of a hot property these books were. And a large part of that was just because of how good the stories had been, but they also attracted the new superstar artists. So people like Rob Liefeld getting put on to New Mutants, where he introduced the characters of Cable, Domino, Deadpool as well, debuted on there as well. But and then obviously Mark Silvestri, Todd McFarlane, who Will Sportasio, who was working on X Factor. A lot of these people got their work on the X-Men titles at this time. But Chris Claremont was getting ready to wrap up and finish X-Men. He'd been on the books for a long time. I don't think it was entirely his decision, though. Like, I do suspect a lot of it was being done by the changes in Marvel editorial as a result of the rise of the superstar artists. And I've already kind of covered that in my, how Marvel nearly destroyed the comic industry episode. So I'm not going to retouch on too much of that here. Instead, I want to talk about how it was done in universe. And to do that, first of all, I need to talk about the character of Legion. Now, Legion is the son of Charles Xavier, with a character called Gabriel Haller. His name is David Haller, and he was fathered when Xavier and Magneto were working in Israel after the Second World War, where Xavier fell in love with a nurse called Gabrielle Haller, and the two of them had a child. I don't know how much Xavier knew about David's existence, but he definitely wasn't an active presence in his life. Now, David is mentally unstable. He has multiple personality disorder, and each personality has its own associated powers, which means he has a variety of different abilities, making him one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. One of his powers is a very, very powerful telepathic mind. But due to his own mental instability, he is quite vulnerable. And this culminates in a story called the Muir Island Saga. Now, the Muir Island Saga involves the character of the Shadow King, who I've already mentioned before. Shadow King has a huge rivalry with Xavier. Xavier was like the first mutant who was able to defeat the Shadow King. And like I said, Shadow King is this phenomenal psychic presence that basically lives on the astral plane, which is the sort of the mindscape of the Marvel Universe. The Shadow King reaches out and takes control of David Haller. David Haller Legion is on Muir Island at the time. Now, Muir Island has a group of mutants there who are basically acting almost as X-Men. Polaris is one of them. She has recently reattained her magnetic powers. She lost them for a while and instead gained size-changing abilities. But she now has her magnetic powers back. That was linked to a story in the Savage Land as well. There was a character called Zaladane, who may or may not have been her twin sister. There's a character called Madrox who is able to... Jamie Madrox, he's able to multiply himself. So he also has the name The Multiple Man. He originally appeared in a Fantastic Four annual and has been living on Muir Island since about the 60s. Well, not the 60s, sorry, the 70s. Banshee's also there. A couple of former Morlocks are there, like the character of Sunder. And Wolfsbane is there. She's recovering after what had happened to her on Genosha. But yeah, the Shadow King takes over Legion, and in doing so also takes over a lot of the mutants there. The X-Men and X-Factor both wind up on Muir Island to try and confront the Shadow King, and this is where the two teams kind of come together. Xavier's there as well. He's recovered and lost the ability to walk a few times. I think at this point he could walk, but does lose the ability to walk again by the time the story is over. And yeah, this story features, a lot of these characters coming together, and there's a government agent called Valerie Cooper who's working with X-Factor. She's trying to sort of get to the bottom of this. She was also one of the sponsors behind Freedom Force, who have now gone rogue. I think they're back to being villains at this point. And yeah, the upshot is, at the end of it, the X-Men all kind of come together again. So we have this large group of X-Men, and we also have another group of sort of unassociated mutants. And those unassociated mutants are recruited by Valerie Cooper to become the new government X-Factor team. And what happens is we get the launch of a second X-Men book. Now, this follows on the launch of X-Force. Now, X-Force was the sort of revival of New Mutants. The sort of last remaining members of the New Mutants team, along with a couple of new additions like Shatterstar and Feral, became the group X-Force, and they are essentially a paramilitary X-Men group led by Cable. Like I said, prominent members are Richter, Warpath, Shatterstar, Domino, Cable, Cannonball, Sunspot, Boomer. It's a very cool group. I quite like X-Force. Rob Liefeld's writing leaves a lot to be desired, but Fabian Nicieza kind of manages to create some decent scripts out of what is some quite terrible art a lot of the time. And yeah, X-Force was a successful. Its relaunch, it's helped by the chromium cover and things like that, but it sold like 4 million copies. The launch of the second X-Men title, so X-Men Volume 2, Issue 1, helped by the fact that it had multiple covers And this very, very famous gatefold cover sold 8 million copies. And it basically, it was the start of Chris Claremont's last story on the X-Men as part of this continuous run. And involved the return of Magneto, who by this point is now on a space station in orbit of the planet called Asteroid M. Some new mutants come to him and declare themselves to be his acolytes, saying that he needs to sort of help them, sort of fight back and deal with humanity. And, Magneto's committed several war crimes at this point. Like, he sunk a Soviet submarine called the Leningrad. Magneto raises the nuclear missiles from the Leningrad and uses them to arm Asteroid M, which then obviously panics S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. contact the X-Men. They want him to resolve, the X-Men to resolve this. The X-Men have sort of two field teams during this era, the blue team and the gold team. The blue team comprises of Cyclops, Rogue, Gambit, Wolverine, Beast, Psylocke, and Jubilee. The gold team is Colossus, Storm, Archangel, Iceman, and Jean Grey, who I don't think has a code name at this point. Excalibur are still off in Britain doing their own thing. Like I said, the New Mutants have become X-Force, and the government X-Factor group under Valerie Cooper consists of Havoc, Polaris, Quicksilver, I think, joins them as well. I'm not sure if he's initially a member, but he does join them quite quickly. One of the Muir Island X-Men called Guido Carosella, who's basically got the ability to become strong. He stumbles over giving himself a code name for a long time and eventually settles on Strong Guy, which is a weak code name. Madrox and Wolfsbane are also on the team as well. They kind of help round it out. X-Factor is one I've not read as much of. This government era of X-Factor, it's not got a full run on the Marvel Unlimited app, which is where I read most of my Marvel comics. So, I've not read a lot of it. I've read some of the later government stuff with some future team members that joined, like Forge and Wildchild, who was a member of Alpha Flight, because Alpha Flight had a comic throughout this time as well. Which, again, is not really collected on Marvel Unlimited, because I'd love to read that. There's some very interesting characters that get introduced in the run of that, like the character called Diamond Lil, who is a mutant with diamond hard skin and at one point develops breast cancer. And obviously she can't be operated on because of her powers, which I think just makes for a very interesting story. And I'd love to actually sit and read it properly. But yeah, never mind. We'll get into that. But yeah, this ends up with, Chris Claremont's last story, and it's got some incredible art from Jim Lee. Like Jim Lee's redesigns of the X-Men at this point, like the X-Men costumes at this point especially, they became the costumes that everyone kind of knows for the X-Men because they were the costumes used in the animated series. And it all came from this era of the comics. And it works. It looks, it looks good. Like the artwork is slick. I cannot fault it. Moira, Banshee, and Forge are also at the mansion. They're not active members of the team. They're more kind of support staff. During the initial run, it's revealed that Moira sort of tampered with the infant Magneto when he was in her care, and so she blames herself for his current instability, which is what's leading him to attack humans. He attacks Genosha as well, sort of as a result of their own crimes. So there's a lot of stuff going on. The acolytes themselves are quite interesting. The most famous member is a character called Fabian Cortez, who is very manipulative. He basically becomes like Magneto's Starscream throughout a lot of this, and that was an element that was adapted very, very well into the cartoon series when they did touch on the character. So, lots of good stuff. And it's set up for a very interesting run of X-Men comics. They soon introduced, after Chris Claremont left, Fabian Nicieza took over for the Gold team. Jim Lee was mainly responsible for the writing and scripting as well on the Blue team. The Gold team was being published in Uncanny X-Men, the Blue team in X-Men. Fabian Nicieza was, like I said, was also writing X-Force with Rob Liefeld, and Peter David was writing X-Factor. And Excalibur at this point, I think, was being written by Alan Davis, I want to say. So yeah, Excalibur remains kind of separate for a lot of this. It doesn't really cross over much. It does with some of the future crossovers that are coming, but not for a while. And Wolverine, I think at this point, was being written by Larry Hama, who was doing a great job. It's very wordy, Larry Hama's Wolverine, but it's very good. Lots of quite cool stuff. And it gives Wolverine a lot of his own mythology going on. Like there's the Reavers become some of his recurring enemies, and they introduce the character of Lady Deathstrike. They introduce the characters of Albert and LCD. LCD is like this robot girl. Albert is a robotic copy of Wolverine that LCD gives hyperintelligence to, hence the name Albert. She names him after Albert Einstein. But LCD is essentially a walking bomb that the Reavers have created purely to kill Wolverine. There was a couple of issues as well that just featured this human zookeeper who was torturing the animals, who was called Linus. And I remember reading that one when I was a kid, and it was freaky. And then that was also tying into stuff with Sabretooth, who was hunting him. Like Sabretooth really became Wolverine's like main nemesis at this point as well. Like at one point, I think it was also kind of implied to be Wolverine's father, which I think was something that Claremont was quite interested in pursuing, but fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not sure, but it didn't stick. One of the main new introductions, though, was the character of Bishop. Bishop was a police officer from a sort of more mutant-controlled future. He was a member of the Xavier Security Enforcers. And in his world, the X-Men had been killed. And the only sort of clue they had was this garbled transmission from Jean Grey years ago, and a character called the Witness. And the Witness was also implied to be a future version of Gambit. Bishop came back to the present because he was chasing a character called Fitzroy. Fitzroy, when he comes back to the present, also killed all of the Hellions. He controlled a whole load of Sentinels and killed the Hellions. This was done as part of a game because he became a member of a group called the Upstarts. Now, the Upstarts was a group of quite powerful, mainly mutants, but there was one notable non-mutant among them who was Graydon Creed, and they were trying to sort of get the highest body count. And Fitzroy's killing of the Hellions put him in the lead. It was like this macabre competition. Other members of the Upstarts, like I said, were Graydon Creed, who was a human anti-mutant supremacist, and a secret child of Mystique and Sabretooth. I can't remember when exactly that gets revealed, but it is there. He was one of the founders of the Friends of Humanity, who were used, again, quite well in the X-Men animated series. And Shinobi Shaw, who is the son of Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club as well, I think at this point, I think Sebastian was supposed to have been killed or believed dead at this point anyway. The upstarts, it's an interesting concept. It doesn't really go very far, mainly because a lot of this gets overshadowed by the annual crossovers. So obviously there was the Muir Island saga, which then led into the reboot of the X-Men, and then that soon led into Executioner's Song. Basically, Xavier is the victim of an attempted, an assassination attempt. And while Xavier is in a coma, X-Factor, X-Force, and the X-Men groups come together to kind of investigate. And it turns out that the person behind the assassination attempt is Strife. And a lot of things happen in this. It's sort of revealed that Strife is Cable's clone. I think, Strife has kind of been raised by Apocalypse in the far future. He ends up turning on Apocalypse in this and almost, seemingly kills Apocalypse by the end of the story. I think this is where most of Cable's origins sort of come to the forefront and get revealed to everyone. It's it's a pretty interesting one, Executioner's Song. It's a very involved story. Like, I think there's like 14 parts to it, and it really didn't need to be as long as it is. A lot of it's just quite drawn out to do action sequences. With the Liefeld, the Jim Lee, the Will Portasio artwork. But yeah, it's decent enough for what it is. But the biggest thing that comes off of the back of it is Strife is seemingly killed, and he releases something called the Legacy Virus, which goes on to become a real driving thing through a lot of the 90s. And when I started regularly reading X-Men comics, the Legacy Virus was this big, ever-present threat. And it was this disease that seemingly only attacks mutants. And it's unclear how it's passed. It makes the mutants kind of uncontrollable. It was basically being used as an allegory for the AIDS epidemic. And it eventually does infect a human. It affects Moira, who is sort of studying it on Muir Island with X-Factor, because X-Factor are based... sorry, not X-Factor. Excalibur are based on Muir Island. And one of the first victims who goes on to be claimed by the Legacy Virus is Illyana. So little Illyana Rasputin, who, like I said, she's been reduced back to a child, and Kitty and Jubilee, like Jubilee sees her as a bit of a burden rather than someone that she truly cares for. But, even the issue where Illyana dies is told from Jubilee's perspective, and it is quite sad. It's a very, very emotional moment. Jubilee actually gets quite a lot of development. She's been kind of forgotten in a lot of recent years, but she was quite prominent at this time because she was also basically Wolverine's sidekick as well. Like, Wolverine during this time found out a lot about his origins, things like the Weapon X program, how they abducted him, put the mutant skeleton, the adamantium skeleton into him, sort of mind controlled him, reprogrammed him, etc. And Jubilee was kind of there and involved in when Wolverine discovered a lot of that, which was great. And I've always kind of liked their relationship. I think because that was when I started reading the X-Men, that was one of the key relationships. And I kind of wish Jubilee got used a lot more, especially with Wolverine, because I like the two of them together. But that's kind of fallen away in the modern day. But yeah, Illyana dies. That has this huge effect on Colossus, especially. But there's also some bright spots in here as well. Like, it's around this point that Cyclops and Jean finally get married. And the wedding is, quite lovely. Their honeymoon is ridiculously unconventional because they actually end up with their minds projected into the future for 14 years, 12 to 14 years, by Ascani, where they basically raise Cable in the future in the guise of Red and Slim, and they basically become, young Cable's surrogate parents, and yeah, it's quite lovely. And then how that influences the two of them. It's around about this point Jean sort of reclaims the name Phoenix and calls herself Phoenix as her code name. And, it brings, once Cable finds out about it as well, it does bring Cyclops and Cable and Jean closer together. They just start to feel a bit more like a family, which is quite lovely. But yeah, there's also the introduction of the character of Kanon. I think it's actually pronounced. It's spelled Kwannon, but it's a Japanese name, so I think it's pronounced Kanon. Quanon is how I've always said it for years until I first heard it pronounced. And she ends up joining the blue team as a character called Revanche, and she is in Betsy's old British body, and she's implied to be the original owner of Betsy's Asian body, and the leader of the Hand, Matsuo Surabaya, swapped their minds. She was Kanon was Matsuo's former lover, and it was done as like a form of revenge and all sorts of things. It was very complicated. Kanon was a kind of interesting character. I think she's kind of underutilized at this point, but she does go on to become more important later, which is why I'm mentioning here. You may wonder how, though, because I'm about to tell you that she dies of the legacy virus. So she becomes another one of its big early victims. Pyro also becomes infected by the legacy virus. He will eventually die, but it does take some time. Mastermind also dies as well. And yeah, I think overall there's something like 9 major victims, who are all like named and established characters, as well as plenty of others. Like, as you can imagine, the legacy virus ends up in Genosha and runs rampant through the mutate population. So yeah, it's a very dark storyline. But around this point, X-Men was approaching its 30th anniversary. And so at this point, they decided to do a story called Fatal Attractions. Fatal Attractions is a Magneto-focused story, which basically sees him coming up against the X-Men. And it was done in single issues, and for the most part they were all anniversary issues as well. Like, it was the 25th issue of X-Force, the 25th issue of X-Men Volume 2. I think it worked out being the 75th issue of Excalibur. So a lot of it kind of tied together quite nicely. And this was basically Magneto making his big play for the fate of the Earth. And there was some interesting thing, like, he reached out to the New Mutants and tried to kind of encourage, the former New Mutants, and tried to encourage them to join him. Most of them turned him down, and we learned that his Asteroid M base had been built from the remains of Cable's old ship Greymalkin, which he time traveled back from the future with. So there was that aspect in there as well, which was quite interesting. Magneto reached out to the X-Men, offered any of them, obviously having fought with them, he offered them a chance to join him, and Colossus actually took him up on it. Colossus left the team as a result of what had happened with Illyana, and this happened not long after Illyana's funeral as well. So Colossus, to the shock and horror of the rest of the X-Men, joins Magneto. Magneto makes his play and flips the Earth's magnetic poles, which severely damages the planet. Like, lots of people die. There's sort of catastrophic damage around the planet. And so the X-Men, well, a group of X-Men, it's Xavier, Wolverine, Rogue, Quicksilver, and I've forgotten who the fourth member of the team is. Actually, no, that might be all of them. Might just be those four. Sort of head to Asteroid M with the, with the help of one of the acolytes, Amelia Vogt, who is another former flame of Xavier's. Xavier's got quite a few former flames that turn up. There's Amelia Vogt, there's Moira McTaggart, and Gabriel Haller. So yeah, Amelia kind of helps them get onto the station, and what follows is this brutal fight, and at one point Magneto rips all of the adamantium out of Wolverine, which obviously nearly kills Wolverine. Like there's a scene of all this adamantium just ripping its way through his pores, and as a result of that, Xavier reaches out and mind wipes Magneto. Like, he literally goes into Magneto's brain and shuts it down, like erases his memory, basically renders him completely catatonic and amnesiac. It's the actual crossover for Fatal Attractions, I don't think is great. There are good moments in it though, and this is one of them. It's one of the big epic moments that will go on to influence quite a lot of future storytelling through the 90s.
Now, anyone who's sort of familiar with comic books, and especially someone who's been reading comic books for a while, is probably familiar with the sort of the negative attention that 90s comics especially seem to attract. And, the 90s is considered kind of the dark age of comics. And, I already kind of covered this before, again, in that how Marvel nearly destroyed the comics industry. The comic book crash sort of happened gradually over the period between sort of like 1993 through to about 1996. And then most of the industry was in recovery for the rest of the decade. Marvel is no exception to that. Marvel was very badly affected by the things that happened in the comic book crash, even though they kind of caused them as well. We've covered that before, and how it's all kind of their fault. Well, not the Marvel creatives themselves. Once again, it's usually the big business capitalists who are running the whole thing. But anyway, the 90s is a bit of a traumatic era for what it does for comic books. The X-Men, however, though, and part of it is a bias, I will admit, because I started reading the X-Men comics during this point, and I was reading, when I started reading comics, I was reading the British reprints, which were a couple of years behind the American ones. So I was reading sort of like the build-up and in between of some of these big crossovers that were happening a couple of years after they'd actually happened, and the versions that I was reading were collecting everything I needed to read to enjoy the story. Now, comic book crossovers, especially during the 90s, had a habit of making you trying to buy and read everything to get the whole story, and that's something that still goes on today. Like, there's a lot of comic events and comic crossovers where you're having to buy way more than you normally would, and comics are very expensive. Like, single issue comics are probably one of the most expensive ways to read comics. In fact, I probably would not recommend reading single issues. I would recommend reading either trade paperbacks or get yourself like a month subscription on Marvel Unlimited and see what you read. If you were going to read comics, buying a single issue in a comic book store is not the way to do it anymore. It's just not cost effective. But yeah, the 90s themselves, I think they had some very, very good titles. Obviously, Fatal Attractions, the 30th anniversary,
crossover was the big one for 1983. The stories that built up off the back of that, I think Fatal Attractions had seen a writing change on several of the titles. So I'm not sure. I think it might have been around this time that Warren Ellis took over Excalibur. And he started taking things in a different direction there. Wolfsbane joined the team. He introduced a government character called Pete Wisdom, put Pete Wisdom in a relationship with Kitty, which was a bit of an ick factor. There was also a less of the blue and gold team divide that had happened so fast between the two titles. There were some points over the next few years where the two titles would almost kind of read as like a single bi-monthly title. Not bi-monthly, fortnightly, a single fortnightly title. Elements of one storyline would weave into another, and there was, less members on the team. Colossus had left. Wolverine started going through a recovery period, obviously due to the traumatic injuries he'd received, some of which spread over into his own book as well, some of which was helped by Kitty Pryde and Excalibur, because they have quite an interesting relationship, Kitty and Wolverine. There was a mini-series back in the 80s called Wolverine and Kitty Pryde, where one of Wolverine's enemies, a demon called Ogun, had basically given her all this ninja training and trained her to kill Wolverine, and that was where she adopted the name Shadowcat, because that kind of blended with her new abilities and her new training. So there's a lot of quite good moments and quite good care there between them. X Factor changed quite a bit. Forge became a lot more involved, and I think the team gradually changed as well. I think Havoc and Polaris stayed. Havoc left. I think he was originally abducted. I don't think this happens immediately, but yeah, he does eventually leave. But Forge joined the team. Quicksilver left as well. And Sabretooth and Wildchild and Mystique would eventually be added to the team, along with a hologram of Bishop's sister Shard from the future. And yeah, the Sabretooth and Mystique being added was one of those that was designed to kind of, like, the government was trying to erode trust in X Factor. And there were some interesting elements, like Mystique and Forge ended up in a relationship. Wildchild was kind of rehabilitating himself and sort of grew close to Shard. But yeah, there was some good stuff. But like Sabretooth was still this unrepentant killer. In fact, that actually came off the back of something that happens in the main X-Men title, which I'll get to in a minute. X-Force, I think they move away from Cable after a while and sort of go off on their own. Some members change when Liefeld left. I don't think people were really interested in characters like Feral without him, which is, probably a bit of a shame. But yeah, the main aspect was, again, sort of going back to the idea of a school, because the X-Men didn't feel like a school. The team that we had were adults now. Archangel and Psylocke, for example, got involved in a relationship. They were grown adults. There was, it was a soap opera between them almost. All these different changing relationships among the team. And Rogue and Gambit, obviously their own burgeoning relationship, Scott and Jean with their wedding. And so it was kind of, even Beast ended up in a relationship with a reporter called Trish Tilby, until she broke the news of the legacy virus, which caused like a pretty big divide in their relationship. Madrox also succumbed to the legacy virus, Multiple Man. So he seemingly died. I say seemingly because it turned out to be one of his duplicates. That was a retcon they came up with later on to keep him alive. But yeah, so they were moving towards the idea of bringing a new team of X-Men in, because the only real student that we had left was Jubilee. So the way this was done was through an alien race called the Phalanx. Now, the Phalanx are kind of related to the Technarchy, so Warlock's people. And the idea behind them is that they are essentially assimilators. They absorb organic and technological matter to kind of become this new techno-organic construct. It's similar to the techno-organic virus that Cable was infected with. And so what happened is, over the course of a storyline called the Phalanx Covenant, the Phalanx re-emerged on Earth and attacked the X-Men. There was also a character in X-Factor Excalibur, who had appeared at this time, called Douglock, who seemed almost to be a reborn amalgam of both Cypher and Warlock, and it wasn't quite clear who he was or what his origins were. He seemed to have the look and some memories of Doug Ramsey, which obviously meant quite a lot to Wolfsbane and Kitty, who had obviously both known Doug, but he also seemed to have quite a lot in common with Warlock as well. And it turned out he was part of the Phalanx. He was similar to the Phalanx. So the Phalanx attack the mansion, seemingly assimilate or abduct the X-Men. It turns out they can't actually assimilate mutants, which is why they've seen mutants as a threat. But they've taken a lot of Xavier's files, and it turns out Xavier has been keeping files on prospective new mutants. And so the Phalanx start to gather the next generation. But with the X-Men out of action, there's literally only a couple of characters able to stop them. Jubilee, who was kind of ignored by the Phalanx when they first attacked the mansion. Banshee, who had come to the mansion to... I've forgotten why he came to the mansion originally. But yeah, he was the one that noticed something was wrong. Emma Frost, the White Queen, who had basically been... I think she'd been seeking help from the X-Men, obviously, as a result of what had happened with the Hellions and how the Hellions had been killed. That had been quite a traumatic event for her. She'd even body swapped with Iceman at one point in this as well. And, you know, she'd kind of pushed his powers to his limit while in control of of his body, which is something that kind of spurred him on to sort of explore what he was really capable of. And Sabretooth. Sabretooth had been at the mansion because an associate of his who had helped him keep control of his sociopathic homicidal urges, a character called Birdie, had recently been killed. She'd been killed by a character called... I think she'd been killed due to a character called Tolliver. Tolliver was a character who was involved in some of the ancillary X-Men books at the time, and specifically Deadpool, X-Force, things like that. And he would later turn out to be Cable's son Tyler from the future. And he will come back again. That's why I'm mentioning him. But yeah, he'd killed Birdie. And so Sabretooth couldn't control himself anymore. And he'd come to the mansion seeking help, which Wolverine was furious about. So was Gambit, for reasons that we didn't really know. Obviously, the history between Wolverine and Sabretooth was quite well documented, quite well explored. And yeah, he was imprisoned in the basement of the mansion. And, you know, he was one of the people that Banshee was able to save. So Banshee's group goes and gathers the new students. So you end up with Jubilee, Husk, who is the younger sister of Cannonball, Cinch, who is a mutant who is able to copy the powers of other mutants, but not only he doesn't do it like Rogue through like physical touch. He kind of syncs with their aura. I really like Cinch. I think he's great. It's spelt Cinch, Synch, but I'd imagine you'd probably say it's Sync because that's what he does. He syncs with someone. So yeah, Sync. I'm gonna go with. I've been used to saying it's Cinch for years, but yeah, ever since I first read it. This is the thing when you read a word, you don't know how it's said. But yeah, Sync. Skin, who is a character with quite a gross mutation. Angelo Espinosa, his name is, but he has the ability to like stretch his skin. Yeah, very, very bizarre. Like his skin stretches, but not the rest of him, so he kind of wrap it around people. And then a young mutant girl called Clarice Ferguson, who's has a very distinctive look. She's got like lilac skin, some purple tattoos, bright green eyes, pink hair, but she's also able to teleport. She creates teleportation portals. And yeah, she actually dies during the story to try and help the X-Men stop the Phalanx. The Phalanx Covenant works quite well as a crossover for me because it sort of takes all of the X-Men titles and keeps them all involved, but each group is dealing with a different part of the Phalanx. So like there were 2 issues of each X-Men title, so Uncanny X-Men and Normal X-Men, that focused on Banshee and his group and the new students. Then there was an issue of Cable and an issue of Wolverine, which worked together and featured Scott, Jean, Wolverine, and Cable all teaming up together. And that was also kind of where Cable kind of acknowledged to Jean and Scott that he recognized that they had taken the roles of Slim and Red, the people who had raised him. So that was one of the first times that was really confronted. And then X-Factor, X-Force, and Excalibur all kind of teamed up together as well to try and go after something the Phalanx were constructing called a Babel Spire, which was to sort of signify to the rest of the Phalanx off-world that they were able to come and subdue the planet. And yeah, Douglock was quite heavily involved in that, along with Wolfsbane, Forge, and a couple of others, and that was it was pretty cool. It was nice teams of X-Men all kind of involved. They made a team, like an assault team, that went into backup Forge, and it was led by Nightcrawler, but also featured like Polaris and Kitty Pryde and Richter and a few others. It was just really nice to see these characters all mixing like that. So yeah, it makes for quite a decent read when you go back to it. And yeah, off the back of this, you ended up with Generation X, which was the new group of students based in Emma Frost's mansion in Massachusetts, so the Massachusetts Academy, with Banshee as the co-headmaster. And like I said, the students were Jubilee, Synch, Skin, Husk, which was Cannonball's sister, Paige. She's able to like rip her skin off and have different abilities underneath. The Gen X mutants have some quite gross powers. There's a lot of kind of body horror in some of their mutations, and that becomes more of a thing as we go on. There's a lot more body horror in some mutations that come up later on. For example, one of the more prominent members is a character called Chamber, and he's an English kid, John O'Starsmore, but he has psychic abilities, and it's like this psychic furnace in his chest. When it manifested, it blew his jaw off. So he wears like black bandage wraps up until like just under his nose to like cover the wound. Yeah, he was cool. I quite like Chamber. Oh, and M. There was a character called M. Monet, her name was Monet St. Croix, and she was just perfect, like the epitome of perfect and very mysterious. Like Scott Lobdell, who was writing this at the time, had specific plans for her that never really panned out. But her whole thing was she was very mysterious. She had pretty much every basic superpower. You know, she could fly, she was invulnerable, she was super strong, she was telepathic. Yeah, just a really good all-rounder, perfect, goody-goody character. But yeah, I kind of like her. You know, meanwhile, there was other stuff going on. You know, like I said, Colossus was still in orbit with the Acolytes. The Acolytes were now being led by a character called Exodus, who was this phenomenally powerful mutant who just kind of appeared. And one of his first actions when he took over off the back of what had happened to Magneto, because Magneto was now comatose, was he'd actually invaded Genosha, and it had taken the X-Men and the Avengers teaming up to stop him. You know, he was that powerful. But the crossover for 1995 is the really big one. And it's one of my favorite stories ever. This is where we got the story, The Age of Apocalypse. And I've mentioned some of the origins of this storyline back when I was talking about X-Men 92, and how, you know, it came from an idea from the for a TV show episode, and Bob Harris saw it and was like, I really like that idea. Let's turn it into a crossover for the comic. Basically, Legion, who at this point was obviously comatose himself after, you know, off the back of what had happened with the Shadow King, Mystique comes to him and tries to assassinate him because she blames Legion for the death of Destiny, because Destiny had recently passed away. And Mystique and Destiny, it's one of those, I don't know when it was first explicitly said, but Chris Claremont revealed it had been his intention for a while to have Destiny and Mystique in a romantic lesbian relationship. And it had been one of those things that he tried to put through, and it would kind of very heavily implied, but never like concretely stated. It was like how, you know, the character of North Star on Alpha Flight was the first Marvel character to ever officially come out. And it was in an AIDS-focused episode, one of the last Alpha Flight issues. And he comes out as gay, as a gay man, to protect a baby infected with HIV from, you know, this character, bigoted character. And, you know, North Star comes out as gay publicly, and yeah, Mystique and Destiny, like I said, Destiny had recently passed, and I think the comics did kind of explore this and kind of explored that, you know, Mystique and Destiny, I don't know if they ever explicitly said they were in a relationship, but the implication was definitely that they were close. And them being close meant that she then wanted revenge on Legion. So she tries to attack Legion. Legion wakes up, manages to defeat her, but in waking up, he has an epiphany, and he realizes that he can change the world and amend all of his wrongs by giving Xavier his dream. You know, Xavier's dream has always been for mutants and humans to live together in peace and harmony. And Legion decides that the best way to do this is to go back in time, because Legion has time travel abilities now, to go back in time and to eliminate Magneto, because Magneto is clearly the biggest obstacle to Xavier's dream. And so this is what he does. He goes back in time. Unfortunately, the only place he knows where Magneto is in the past is about 20 years ago, when Xavier and Magneto were working in Israel with Gabriel Haller, and, you know, Xavier and Magneto were best friends. And so, you know, he time travels back. Some of the X-Men go back with him, including Bishop. They all lose their memory due to the time travel. Legion eventually gets his memory back, fights with Magneto in this huge battle above the skies of Tel Aviv, which gets televised and shown around the world, and gets seen by Apocalypse. The X-Men try to stop Legion, but they're all beaten back. Legion goes in for the kill against Magneto, but Xavier jumps in the way. And Xavier jumping in the way undoes reality, because now Legion doesn't exist and the X-Men don't exist. With the exception of Bishop, who is already a time aberration, reality changes. Now, like I said, Magneto and Legion's battle was televised. Apocalypse saw it. And as a result of seeing this battle, Apocalypse realizes that mutants are ready and making themselves known around the world 15 years earlier than he did in the main timeline. And so as a result, he starts his war on humanity earlier. So this starts the Age of Apocalypse storyline. And the Age of Apocalypse storyline is one of my favorite alternate universe ideas ever. Probably because it's also one of the first ones I read. So I completely understand the bias there. But it's really good. And you kind of have to know some history to understand just all the differences. But in this reality, Apocalypse has taken over North America. He is regularly culling the human population. The X-Men, such as they are this scattered resistance group under the command of Magneto, who is not as effective a leader as Xavier was. You know, the team leaders under Magneto are Quicksilver, who is his son, and Rogue, who is his wife. There's very much a nepotism thing going on. Wanda would probably involved had she not died years ago. Gambit, due to his own attraction to Rogue, when Rogue and Magneto got together, he split off and formed his own group. Characters like Cyclops and Beast and Angel were never part of the X-Men. Cyclops grew up with Havoc under Mr. Sinister, and so treats Mr. Sinister like a father, and Mr. Sinister is one of Apocalypse's horsemen. And so, he works as one of Apocalypse's chief enforcers. Beast also runs a mutant experimentation pit with Sinister, where he engages in some like Mengele level science to manipulate the mutant genome, like the weaker mutants as they're seen by Apocalypse's regime. Like the very first time we get introduced to Beast in this, he's torturing Blob, just because he can. He's doing it to sort of experiment on Blob's abilities, but Blob is like, no, it hurts. You're hurting me. And Beast just doesn't care. And Angel, meanwhile, is running like an underground club in the middle of New York along with Karma. And it's like, he's doing this to sort of lay low and stay out the way. And he's Angel. He's not Archangel. He's got his human wings. And then the actual X-Men themselves, like Sabretooth is a member of the X-Men, along with Wildchild, who's very feral. Blink is the youngest member of the team. Sabretooth and Wildchild saved her from a culling years ago, so she's immediately alive, which is one of the first big differences that's noticed. Dazzler and Exodus are members of the X-Men. Dazzler in this, one of the neat little details I like is she's become a chain smoker, because obviously her dreams of being a singer are completely gone. So yeah, she's a chain smoker. Iceman is ridiculously powerful because of how much Magneto has kind of pushed the X-Men to explore the limits of their powers. Without Captain Marvel or any other main Avengers, Rogue's powers in this come from being absorbed from Polaris. years ago. She was described as taking away half of Polaris's magnetic powers. Her and Magneto are actually able to touch due to like manipulating magnetic fields, and so they have a child together, a child called Charles. And Morph as well. Morph is the character Changeling, but sort of, the character Changeling from the 60s who impersonated Xavier and died. He's now the character of Morph. And Morph is like a living cartoon. He's incredible. Sunfire's on the team as well, but he's permanently on fire. And he's also described as being the last survivor of Japan. Like, this is a really bleak team. Really, really bleak. Colossus and Kitty lead Generation X's equivalents. Wolverine is a character called Weapon X, and him and Jean have left the X-Men. They're running information to the human resistance. Weapon X is missing missing a hand, and Cyclops is also missing an eye, and it's implied that Jean was taken prisoner and Weapon X saved her, and in doing so, him and Cyclops had a fight, and that's how they're both wounded. It's a very, very interesting idea, and I love it. And most of this is also established in the first issue, like the actual alpha issue for it. So yeah, the Age of Apocalypse has happened. Obviously, when you've been put into this new world, the question becomes how to undo it. Because obviously this wasn't a status quo that was going to stay long term. So the way it's established that it's going to change is because the X-Men find Bishop during one of the cullings, and Bishop is about 20 years older because obviously he stayed in the past and has aged normally. Bishop knows that the world is wrong, but he doesn't know why or how. The X-Men don't have access to many telepaths, so the only way they're able to really explore Bishop's memories is by Rogue linking with him. And in doing so, Magneto sees, aspects, like, I think Rogue links Magneto and Bishop at the same time, and so somehow Magneto kind of sees what's gone on. And this prompts him to take the stance of, well, our world is wrong, and we need to verify what Bishop's saying, and if he's right, try and undo it. But at the same time, our world is going to carry on regardless, so we need to keep fighting for it, in the meantime. So he sends off Nightcrawler to bring back Destiny, who is still alive in this universe, to sort of verify Bishop's claims. They just realize they need a teleporter, but most time travelers are dead. The only time traveler character who could possibly help them is Illyana Rasputin, and she is being kept in a place called the Core, the Seattle Core. And so Colossus and his students decide to go in there to rescue her. Destiny's living in the Savage Land along with characters like Juggernaut, who in this is a pacifist, and Doug Ramsey and a few others. And Mystique is involved as well. Kurt's called Kirk Darkholm in this universe, so he's very explicitly Mystique's son, which is something that had been revealed in the comics as well. In the mainline universe. Weapon X and Jean continue to work with the Human High Council, one of whom is Emma Frost, who has had her psychic abilities lobotomized out of her so that she can serve with the Human High Council in Europe. Other members of the Human High Council include Brian Braddock and Bolivar Trask and Moira McTaggart. So yeah, it's a very interesting concept. I think Mariko is a member as well. there's an evacuation of humans helped by the X-Men that then arrive in Europe, so they end up linked to the Weapon X title in that way. Because basically throughout all this, every X-Men comic was replaced for like 4 months. So Cable became X-Man, who was about a young teenage character called Nate Grey with phenomenal psychic powers. It turned out he'd actually been grown in a lab by Sinister, and that was why Jean had been abducted years ago and taken to the pits. And he, ends up learning the truth from Sinister, proceeds to kill Sinister, and then by this point, Sinister has killed all of his friends and family, including his father figure, Forge. And so Nate Grey heads back to New York to try and deal with Apocalypse himself. Gambit's group, which replaced X-Force, which consists of Sunspot and Richter and a couple of others. Oh, and Jubilee. They go into space and team up with the Starjammers and the Shi'ar and try to steal a piece of the M'Kraan crystal. Which they do, and they end up bringing it back to Earth. But it turns out that the changes to the timeline have damaged the M'Kraan crystal as well. It's undoing reality, which was something that was kind of hinted when Legion was almost on the verge of changing time anyway. Like, while Legion and the others were back in the past, Lilandra came to Earth and said things are going wrong, like the M'Kraan crystal is expanding, it's damaging the Empire, it's fracturing reality. And all of the X-Men titles before the last issue of before the Age of Apocalypse storyline started ended with like everything turning to crystal. So they all ended on cliffhangers. The Wolverine cliffhanger was my favorite because by this point Wolverine and Sabretooth were really like coming to a head, and Wolverine had taken the opportunity with the fact that the rest of the X-Men were away dealing with Legion to come into the mansion and fight Sabretooth, and he ends up putting a claw through Sabretooth's brain just before everything turns to crystal. So yeah, very interesting stuff. But yeah, it's the Age of Apocalypse storyline is dark. There's a lot of death in it. The X-Men team immediately divides into two and goes to fight different Cullings and help with evacuations and stuff. Meanwhile, Apocalypse and his horsemen are everywhere. There's so much good stuff in it, though. It's dark, and parts of it are, these are really twisted versions of characters. Like, there's characters I love in the main universe and hate their Age of Apocalypse versions because they're just so different. Like Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler is one of my favorite characters in X-Men. Possibly my favorite X-Men character, if not one of my favorite comic book characters overall. I hate the Age of Apocalypse version of Nightcrawler. He's a dick. But yeah, everything kind of comes together. It starts with an alpha issue. There's 4 issues of each title, and by this point there was like 8 X-Men titles, so that's a lot. And then it ends with an Omega issue. The Omega issue picks up every major plot thread that has been set up in each of the individual books. So throughout Amazing X-Men, they stop a human culling, but the X-Mansion gets attacked and by Apocalypse, and Magneto and Charles end up captured and taken to Apocalypse's citadel. Astonishing X-Men, Rogue leads a team to go and stop a culling. They end up fighting Apocalypse's son Holocaust. They manage to win. Like, Blink actually manages to defeat him. And they get told what had happened to Magneto, and so they rush back to link up with what's left of the Amazing X-Men team. Factor X, Cyclops is revealed as a traitor and has actually been freeing humans and mutants from the pits. Beast and Havoc find out about that. Havoc is determined to kill Cyclops. Cyclops teams up with Jean Grey, who comes back from Europe, and together they manage to free the pits and beat most of Cyclops' allies. The only one that they don't is Havoc, who is following them as disguised as one of the humans that they're leading away from New York. Weapon X, the human High Council, mount a resistance. They're mounting like a nuclear attack to try and kill Apocalypse before he kills them, basically. And Logan, realizing that Jean has gone back, sort of tries to get ahead of the fight. He also has to deal with the Reavers, who in this are a group of cyborgs, but in this one, cyborgs that have teamed up with Apocalypse. Still led by a character called Donald Pierce, who was one of the original Hellfire Club members as well. In the main universe, anyway. What else? Excalibur, Mystique and Nightcrawler managed to bring back Destiny from the Savage Land, but a load of people die. It involves the Shadow King, an alternate version of Deadpool, alternate version of Danny Moonstar. It's a series called Excalibur, like X-Caliber. It's not the best. It's probably the weakest one of the lot, really. And I'm not just saying that because I dislike this version of Nightcrawler. Like, it's very self-contained compared to all the others. There's very little of consequence to it in the final issue. All you need to know is in the Alpha issue, Nightcrawler gets sent to go and find Destiny. In the Omega issue, he comes back. He's got Destiny with him. Gambit and the Externals, they go off and steal a piece of the Emkron Crystal. They get hunted by a member of Apocalypse's army. I've forgotten who it is who's hunting them. I think it's Richter that's hunting them, and I think Strong Guy is one of their members. Strong Guy turns out to be a traitor, if I remember rightly, and he steals the Emkron Crystal and takes it to Apocalypse. So Gambit and the others kind of team up. So Gambit, Jubilee, Sunspot dies, getting them back from Shi'ar space. But yeah, Gambit and Jubilee team up. Like, Amazing X-Men 4 is the last one before the Omega issue, and it's where a lot of things kind of come together as well to lead into the Omega issue. X-Man, I already kind of explained. You know, he defeats Sinister, heads back to the New York himself. And I'm missing one. I swear I'm missing one. Generation Next. Yeah, they managed to save Illyana, but to do it, every single one of the students is left to die. Like, Colossus literally leaves them to die. Like, the last person trying to reach out is Husk, and like Chamber and a few of the others are already dead, and Husk is like almost escaping the core. And Colossus just like closes the door and lets her die because he's got his sister and that's all he cares about. It's really dark. The other character, the runner, the mutant that was running the core, is a character called Sugarman. Sugarman manages to escape as well. He shrinks him. They think they've killed him, but he shrinks down really small and hides himself in Colossus's boot. So yeah. That's how everything ends. X-Men Omega, this team of X-Men, arrive in Apocalypse's Citadel, and despite the fact that they want to save Magneto, you know, Rogue wants to save Magneto, she wants to save her son, she's very much determined, like, no, we have a job to do. You know, they've been able to prove everything. They know Bishop's right, so Bishop, Illyana, and Destiny have to go into the Emkron Crystal. That's what they're there for. They're there to retrieve the Emkron Crystal. And this Emkron Crystal has now grown. It's huge. They managed to step into it, and it becomes like a doorway to reality that allows Bishop to go back in time and reason with Legion. At the same time as all that's happening, there's a massive pitch battle. Rogue ends up teaming up with Magneto, who by this point has freed himself and is fighting Apocalypse. There's a really cool scene where he like rips all these computer terminals and everything like that and makes armor out of them and then proceeds to fight Apocalypse. You know, Rogue sees that Charles is imprisoned by Guido, and kills him, basically, to get her son back. Cyclops and Jean get ambushed by Havoc, who seemingly kills them both. And then Logan comes in and kills Havoc and cradles Jean as she dies in his arms. The Human High Council end up, their ships manage to meet Apocalypse's forces, and both of them seem to wipe each other out. Like, Apocalypse projects the seawall that was protecting North America. He sends it into Europe, and that seemingly destroys the High Council. Nate Gray ends up in a fight with Holocaust, who the character of Holocaust, and grabbing a piece of the M'Kraan crystal, he kind of plunges it into Holocaust's armor, and the two of them vanish. Beast kind of sees which ways everything is going and tries to teleport himself into the M'Kraan crystal. Sugarman also jumps out and goes into the M'Kraan crystal. Colossus ends up losing it because of the fact Illyana's at risk. Because this is a childlike version of Illyana. Like, she doesn't technically have her powers yet. She has her powers inside the M'Kraan crystal, because, like Destiny says, it's a nexus of all reality, of all possibility. So, because of how it bends time, she's able to use her powers inside the M'Kraan crystal to send Bishop back. But Colossus goes nuts and tries to rescue Illyana, but in trying to do that, he ends up killing several of the X-Men. Like, he runs through Iceman and shatters him. He tramples Kitty, his wife, and then realizes what he's done and breaks down. And only in breaking down is Gambit able to beat him. Like, Gambit actually kills him. Yeah, it's very dark. But yeah, it ends with, Bishop stopping Legion, and Legion kind of neutralizes himself. So Legion and Bishop both kind of disappear from the past, and the timeline kind of starts to reset itself. But as the timeline's also resetting itself, the bombs drop in New York, and Magneto has managed to defeat Apocalypse and seemingly kill him. We don't really know what's happened to the rest of the X-Men, but the last shot is Magneto, Charles, and Rogue like looking up just as the bombs drop. It's a good story. I like Age of Apocalypse. I really do. One of my first big memories back in the early days of the internet was going on like a GeoCities forum. When people can make like GeoCities websites for like anything. There was one guy or gal, I don't know. Someone had made an Age of Apocalypse one, and it was like I said, I was obsessed with this storyline. I didn't really have all of it. So I wanted to learn as much about it as I could. I read so much on that website, just trying to learn everything about the Age of Apocalypse until I could get a collected version. And yeah, I love this storyline. It's great. It's so much fun. But everything ends up going back to normal. And the aftermath of the Age of Apocalypse was a one-shot called X-Men Prime. And X-Men Prime revealed that the world was kind of back to normal and kind of set the stakes on everything coming back. So Sabretooth is critically wounded as a result of what happened with Wolverine. Wolverine is now living in the grounds outside the mansion, kind of ashamed almost of how he lets Sabretooth push his buttons. There's other stuff going on with the students and things like that. There's implications. There's a new group that's set up called Gene Nation, led by a character called Marrow. And it's revealed through this that Dark Beast is actually the one who created the Morlocks. Like, Dark Beast and Sugarman had both arrived in the main timeline 20 years ago. And as a result, Dark Beast had been responsible for creating the Morlocks. And I think it was later established that Sugarman had been responsible for helping the gene engineer create the mutate process. So it was explaining why they were like mutants but not mutants. So Beast's experiments had helped create the Morlocks, and there was a Morlock group called Gene Nation around now, who were planning a war against the surface and a war against humanity, kind of in revenge for everything that had happened during their massacre. And then it was finally revealed that Holocaust and X-Man had arrived. Nate Gray, the X-Man, and Holocaust had arrived in the main universe, but they'd arrived in the present rather than 20 years ago, due to their slightly different ways of arriving. So the Age of Apocalypse has 4 main survivors that go on to play a role in future storylines. X-Man stayed because he'd become ridiculously popular. He was one of the most popular things among the X-Men creative team, and obviously among the fans, from the moment Age of Apocalypse started, so they decided to keep him around. And yeah, I think it was quite cool. Holocaust, though, while Nate Gray lands in like the wilds and gets picked up by Cerebro, Holocaust gets picked up by Asteroid M floating in space, and brought aboard. So yeah, he would then go on to have this huge fight with Exodus, which would basically destroy Asteroid M, see Colossus put Magneto in an escape pod and launch him towards Earth, and Colossus himself land on Earth with a bit of a bump, where he ended up teaming up with Domino and eventually found his way to Excalibur, where he sort of joined that team for a while. But yeah, there was more going on, and a lot of these stories aren't quite the long burns that we'd had before, but because of the events were all kind of leading into each other, there's some elements that would build into the next big event for 1996 that had actually originated a few years earlier. So around about this time for the X-Men, we started having several ongoing storylines that were all clearly building in different directions. And that's the case with, well, the two of them end up laying the groundwork for the future crossovers. But the big one, the 1996 crossover, ended up becoming a massive franchise-wide, like Marvel Universe-wide rebrand, because it ended up being used as the impetus behind the Heroes Reborn initiative, which, again, I've already kind of spoken about before. Again, go back to my episode on how Marvel nearly destroyed the comics industry. Essentially, to kind of reboot some of their lower selling titles, which were Fantastic Four, Avengers, Captain America, and Iron Man, Marvel essentially cancelled those titles, as well as Thor and a few others, and completely rebooted them in a new universe being helmed by some of the Image creatives that had left previously. And so a new threat called Onslaught was created, who would be the perfect character to pose a huge threat to the Marvel Universe. Now, before we get to Onslaught, there was a couple of other ongoing plot lines which sort of started to come to a head. First of all was the introduction of a character called Joseph. Now, Joseph was a character who looked, for all intents and purposes, like a younger Magneto. And he appeared in somewhere in Central America, where he was found by a nun and kind of nursed back to health, before eventually realizing that he was actually a mutant when he discovered his magnetic abilities, and ultimately resolved to go back to America. And he was sent there by the nun who had saved him, and was directed towards Xavier's mansion, because Xavier had been quite an outspoken proponent for mutant rights while not being publicly outed as a mutant himself. So, of course, he was kind of aware of Xavier and decided to head to America.
Meanwhile, the X-Men were going through some other things. Wolverine had obviously had started to have this kind of feral regression as a result of losing his adamantium. It had led to him to lash out at Sabretooth, which had obviously greatly wounded Sabretooth. Sabretooth at this point, was sort of being threatened by Gambit and was bonding with Boomer because the X-Force team, their base had been destroyed by Arcade. And so they were actually based in the mansion at this point. So Cable and all of the others of X-Force were based in the mansion. And Boomer had become quite close to Sabretooth, sort of helping him. But Sabretooth revealed that what Wolverine had done had actually kind of reset Sabretooth's brain, and he didn't need the glow anymore, the glow that Birdie had provided. And so he was back to his sociopathic self. And he essentially went on a rampage. He attacked, tried to attack Boomer. She managed to escape. She was defended by Psylocke. Sabretooth essentially gutted Psylocke, leaving her at death's door, before going on the run and being taken down by the original 5 X-Men. So Scott, Jean, Bobby, Beast, and Archangel, who took him down. Archangel was also greatly wounded in the battle because Sabretooth shredded his wings, which meant he couldn't fly as effectively. And as a result, Psylocke and Angel took like a leave of absence from the team while they recovered from their injuries. As part of that recovery, there was some magic involved, which gave Psylocke new powers, letting her able to shadow meld and things like that. I only know so much about this era because this is one era that I have read. And like I said, I really enjoyed this era. One of the other big changes was Rogue. Shortly, when they thought the universe was ending at the end of Legion Quest, just before the Age of Apocalypse storyline, Rogue and Gambit had kissed. And of course, when everything went back to normal, Gambit was obviously wounded by the kiss due to Rogue's powers, but Rogue was left with Gambit's memories. And it had always been implied that Gambit had some kind of secret. It was one of the reasons why Bishop didn't trust him. And it caused issues with some of the other team members. And whatever this secret was, Rogue couldn't quite remember it, but it was dark and disturbing enough that she had herself had taken a leave of absence. She'd actually run off. And while away from the team, she ended up running into Joseph while sort of on the run from a human first group. Not the Friends of Humanity, but I can't remember who it was. It was a new one that was kind of introduced at this time and then never really explored again. And yeah, her and Joseph, she kind of recognized that Joseph was Magneto, but if he was Magneto, he was about 20 years younger than he was before, and he had no memories. He was a complete amnesiac. And Rogue, obviously, with her previous connection to Magneto, was more than willing to help him. And, there was elements of some sort of romantic attraction there. Wolverine, however, ended up in a battle with a group of enemies of his called the Dark Riders. The Dark Riders were led by Cable's son, Tyler, who I mentioned previously as Tolliver. Tyler tried to inject Wolverine with adamantium to essentially give him his skeleton back. Now, the reason he was doing this is because Tyler actually serves Apocalypse. And so he wanted to make Wolverine the new Horseman of Apocalypse. Wolverine violently repelled the adamantium. And whereas before the Magneto had drawn the adamantium out through his pores, this time Wolverine's healing factor, which had gotten more powerful since losing the adamantium, forcefully expelled it. And Wolverine
essentially was traumatized by the experience. He ended up with a physical mutation as well, kind of looked more gangly and beast-like, ended up with a bandana rather than his usual horned look for a while. It was a very, very bizarre look for Wolverine. But the X-Men eventually managed to sort of bring him back and help him recover. But in doing so, there was kind of hints that maybe Apocalypse might not be dead. That maybe he might actually be recovering somewhere. And Wolverine was only really helped because Elektra, the assassin associated with Daredevil, came to him and sort of helped him to try and rediscover his humanity. Also, Cannonball was on the X-Men team at this point. I forgot to mention that. Yeah. Cannonball joined the team as like a new recruit because obviously Jubilee had left, so we wanted a younger member of the team. The only problem is a lot of people have kind of pointed out that this is a bit of a step backwards for Sam because Cannonball, when he joins the X-Men, becomes a lot less sure of himself. And it's like Sam had been a co-leader of the New Mutants for about 20 years by this point. Well, no, not that much, about 10 years. And so having him sort of backtrack didn't really feel right. Still, though, it was what it was. But it was setting up a lot of interesting ideas, and there was more stuff beyond this. The Friends of Humanity were kind of resurgent. Well, like I said, a new Human First group. It wasn't the Friends of Humanity. They were distancing themselves from the Friends of Humanity because the former Friends of Humanity leader, Graydon Creed, was now running for president. Because obviously this was 1996. This was an election year. And so Graydon Creed was running for president on an anti-mutant platform and becoming very successful doing so. He also seemed to have backing from a character called Bastion, who was a very mysterious character who seemed linked to a group called Operation Zero Tolerance, which was suggesting some kind of paramilitary final solution type proposition to deal with the mutant threat once and for all. And one of the characters who actually became quite heavily involved in the X-Men titles to sort of explore and understand a bit more about both Graydon Creed and Zero Tolerance was actually J. Jonah Jameson from Spider-Man. Jonah ended up having scenes where he sent a reporter to investigate Graydon Creed's presidential campaign. That reporter turned up dead, seemingly killed by Bastion, which then led Jonah on a bit of a crusade to try and find the truth. There was other stuff going on as well. Obviously, I'd already mentioned G Nation. They attacked. Storm ended up having to beat their leader, Marrow, by seemingly cutting out her heart and killing her, although Marrow did survive. It turned out that G Nation had links to basically a group of Morlocks had escaped to a parallel dimension called the Hill. The Hill was a parallel dimension that could be accessed by Mikhail Rasputin, who is Colossus's older brother, a former cosmonaut who'd gone missing years ago. And that he basically kept a lot of the Morlocks safe. However, time moves differently on the Hill, and so it turns out that the G Nation were actually children when the mutant massacre had happened, and they had escaped into the Hill by Mikhail, and now they had come back as adults as G Nation. So, like I said, there was a lot of interesting stuff, and there was sort of hints that maybe Gambit might know something about the Morlocks as well and about what had happened to them. But none of it was ever really explained, or at least wouldn't be for a while. The Onslaught crossover happened, though, and started when Juggernaut found himself being punched across the continent. So, of course, that instantly started the question of who's powerful enough to stop the Juggernaut, who can stop the unstoppable. And Juggernaut seemed to have an idea in his head of who Onslaught was, but couldn't access it. So the X-Men started to investigate, and other people investigated as well. Onslaught became linked to a Sentinel facility, which was investigated by Robert Kelly, the senator from the Days of Future Past storyline. There was a lot of interesting elements at play before eventually Onslaught himself made himself known. He first of all sent some mutants to kind of investigate some of the X-Men. Then he actually appeared himself to Jean Grey and kind of spoke to her, and in speaking to her, revealed some dark secrets about Charles Xavier, namely one that at some point in the 60s, and this was actually based on an actual panel of dialogue from a 60s issue, from a 60s era comic book, that Xavier was secretly in love with Jean Grey. And she was like, no, that's a lie. That's impossible. And Onslaught said, no, it's true. But he buried it down. He ignored it. It was never a thing. And that's what Xavier does. He's buried down every dark impulse, every dark thought he's ever had throughout his life, because it would compromise or sacrifice his dream. So whoever this Onslaught was, he knew quite a lot about Xavier and was almost trying to turn Jean against Xavier. At this point, Juggernaut came to the mansion seeking help, because he knew who Onslaught was, but he couldn't access the memory. The only person he trusted to access the memory was Jean Grey. So he came to the mansion, ended up in a fight with Gambit and Bishop, who were slowly making amends in their relationship, and came to Jean. Jean took him to the Xenox chamber, as it was called, the chamber where Xavier had hidden while dealing with that alien invasion back in the 60s. And because it was completely psi-proof. And once in there, Jean went into Juggernaut's mind and learned the truth. Xavier is actually Onslaught. Essentially, the dark half of Xavier's personality, and this would later be discovered on the astral plane by Wolverine and Elektra working together, the dark half of Xavier's personality, because of how powerful Xavier's mind is, had taken on a form of its own and had been influenced by Xavier's decision to shut down Magneto's mind. So Xavier, when shutting down Magneto's mind, had essentially the dark part of him had linked with sort of the dark impulses of Magneto, and the two of them had combined and created the creature Onslaught. This was a complete psychic representation that was able to, to fight the X-Men. And Onslaught unleashed himself. The X-Men tried to stop him, and it was revealed that Onslaught was actually the X-Men traitor, the one that Bishop had come back in time to stop, and that Jean, while trying to save herself, trying to call for help from the other X-Men teams, had recorded the message that Bishop had seen in the future, the garbled transmission. Now, a lot of people hate the kind of the Onslaught story because it's very big, very all-encompassing, and kind of touches on everything that Marvel was publishing at the time. Personally, I quite like it because there's not a lot of it that becomes essential reading. A lot of the X-Men related stuff sort of progresses plot lines for their own individual books. And a lot of the wider Marvel Universe stuff is just dealing with some of the fallout. But what is here, I think, is quite good, because so much of it is built on everything that's come over the past few years. The only problem is, I think, if you weren't a fan of the X-Men, I could see why people might be a bit lost, because a lot of it is quite dependent on X-Men continuity. For example, Onslaught unleashes himself on the X-Men. He then tries to go after Nate Grey, because Xavier had actually tried to reach out to Nate Grey previously, and Nate Grey had forcibly ripped Xavier's astral form onto the physical plane, something that Xavier didn't realize he could actually do. And so that had allowed Onslaught to generate form. Bishop's memories of the Age of Apocalypse that Xavier had helped him kind of investigate and learn more about ended up influencing Onslaught's goals and desires. Like, he actually at one point invades New York City with an army of Sentinels, lands on New York City, and erects a citadel for himself in Central Park, the citadel being based on Apocalypse's citadel from the Age of Apocalypse. It's a very, very cool storyline. As well as going after X-Man, Nate Grey, who has joined up with the Avengers and kind of tells them that, yeah, Xavier is a threat, because of how much power Xavier has. As well as that, he also targets Franklin Richards, the son of Reed and Susan Richards of the Fantastic Four, because Franklin also has phenomenal reality-altering abilities. And as the story goes on, Onslaught is able to capture both Nate Grey and Franklin and changes his form and is able to kind of separate himself from Xavier's body. Like, the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, and the X-Men team up and are able to actually save Xavier. But in doing so, Onslaught doesn't become any weaker. And there's a lot more going on beside, like X-Force team up to kind of look after Nate Grey, but obviously they fail. Sinister comes to sort of meet with Nate Grey and learns that actually Apocalypse was in the sarcophagus that Tyler had, but had actually escaped. Turns out Apocalypse does actually come back during the storyline. He's been saved by an agent of his called Ozymandias, and an agent of his that actually dates back to ancient Egypt, despite the fact this being the first time we've ever actually met the character. And Ozymandias is quite cool. I find him very interesting. He's kind of the Stone Age, like a stone statue, like a living statue kind of character. Not implied to be mutant, just someone that Apocalypse trusted and so made immortal, sort of like his chronicler of his history. And yeah, Apocalypse sort of notices the Watcher, and along with the Watcher kind of watches Onslaught's attack on the Marvel Universe, because the Watcher is there sort of identifying this as the end of an age of wonders, an age of heroes. And so obviously things are going to be very important going forward. Yeah, so like I said, there was a lot going on as part of the Onslaught story. A lot of really cool moments kind of coming together. One that I forgot to mention as well, shortly before the Onslaught saga, Beast had been replaced by Dark Beast, and Dark Beast was finding himself increasingly overwhelmed by just how much the X-Men actually relied on Beast. So, like, for example, the X-Men go to Hank. Hank's working on the legacy virus, but he's also like their main scientific advisor, is their main doctor, things like that, because of how intelligent the real, the X-Men's version of Beast is. The Dark Beast from the Age of Apocalypse, who had altered himself to look more like the actual Beast, he's not quite as intelligent as the normal Beast, and he's far more cruel. And so, he'd been involved in quite a few adventures at this point, just sort of getting strung along for the ride. And Onslaught, when he'd originally announced himself and attacked the X-Men, had known the truth about Beast, and so Beast had actually joined him. Dark Beast, I should say, had joined him. And so Dark Beast actually ended up coming up against X-Factor, and we learned that Dark Beast had his own pawns and minions. For example, there was a mutant bounty hunter who was quite close to Polaris and was a recurring member of not an actual member of the team in X Factor, but a character associated with them called Random, who was like a shapeshifter. He could turn his arms into guns. And also he seemed to have Havoc captive and had done things to Havoc's mind to sort of make him an agent of his. And Dark Beast also offered to free Mystique and Sabretooth from the government, from the control that they were facing as part of X Factor. That all kind of blew up on him, though, and X Factor actually freed Beast and sort of brought him back. Rogue and Joseph also joined up with the X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Avengers during all of this as well. Even Doctor Doom came to New York City and helped fight the Sentinels because he saw just how big of a thing this all was. Although some later issues kind of explained more of that and gave some more motivation to Doom, but I'm not going to go into that. That's a Doom-centric thing. But yeah, I really enjoyed this story. There was some great moments in it. Like Cable and Storm ended up having to team up with Apocalypse to try and get close into Onslaught's territory to try and rescue Franklin with Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, and they weren't quite successful, but they kind of prompted Franklin to actually stand against Onslaught as best he could. But it all culminated in like this big final battle. And during the final battle, they're able to take down Onslaught, and Xavier and Joseph kind of work together to try and save Franklin and Nate from Onslaught's like psychic prison. And the only way they're actually able to defeat Onslaught is because Onslaught ends up becoming this energy form. And, after he's in fight with the Hulk. So the Hulk fights him, and the Hulk at this point was quite intelligent. And he says, I can fight him, but I need to be dumber. So he has Jean Grey go inside his head and turn off Bruce, as Hulk puts it, so that he becomes the Savage Hulk and goes in and starts wailing on Onslaught, because obviously the Savage Hulk gets the stronger, the madder Hulk gets, the stronger Hulk gets. So he just wails on Onslaught until Onslaught's armor breaks apart. But then Onslaught is like this psionic energy form that they can't touch. So Thor, without even thinking, just like flies straight into Onslaught and tries to absorb as much of the energy into his own form as he can. And it has an effect, but it's not enough. So gradually more and more of the Avengers and the Fantastic Four eventually sort of jump into this cloud, completely willing to give their lives to stop Onslaught. But Reed Richards realizes that no mutant can go in, despite the fact that Scarlet Witch went in. But he stops Quicksilver from going in. He stops the X-Men from going in. And he says, because if one of you goes in, you could give Onslaught form as a mutant again. So we have to sacrifice ourselves. And Hawkeye even brings in Doom along with Iron Man, so Dr. Doom goes in as well. And during his fight, Hulk and Bruce had been separated, and so Bruce steps in, but Hulk remains behind. And yeah, there's about 18 or so heroes that kind of end up lost inside this psychic mass, and the X-Men then turn on them and, destroy Onslaught. But from the perspective of a lot of people watching, the X-Men have just killed the greatest heroes of the Marvel Universe. And, Franklin does some time travel stuff to try and, some reality warping stuff to try and keep them safe, but that's all related to Heroes Reborn, which I might cover at some point. I'm not sure. Heroes Reborn is a very interesting experiment, shall we say. But yeah, it's quite interesting how it all shakes out at the end. It leaves a very changed reality. Quicksilver ends up living with the X-Men for a bit before eventually going off with Hercules and sort of joining alternate teams. He ends up getting a team of his own. He ends up working with the High Evolutionary eventually. Hulk went around for a while without Bruce Banner, so there was that aspect to it. Spider-Man was still in the middle of the Clone Saga, so he was dealing with a lot of that. Well, tail end of the Clone Saga, but still kind of dealing with that. The Thunderbolts debuted to kind of fill the gap of heroes, and if you don't know who the Thunderbolts are, I'm not going to spoil it for you because it's amazing. Like, that first volume of Thunderbolts is really good. But yeah, for the X-Men, things kind of carried on. Xavier was back with them, but Xavier then got taken into custody, and I think he'd lost his psychic powers, if I remember rightly, and he got taken into custody as I've forgotten exactly why. I think it was something to do with Valerie Cooper, who was a liaison for X Factor. I think she had a part in it. But after he was taken into custody, he ended up in the custody of Bastion. And he wasn't the only mutant that Bastion had ended up in custody of, because Bastion had also ended up with Jubilee, who he had captured from Generation X. And Bastion then sort of started to put his own plans into motion. And it started not long after Christmas. There was a Christmas issue where some of the X-Men went into New York, most notably Beast, who was on a date with Trish Tilby, who he was starting to patch things up with after she had broken the Legacy Virus storyline, and obviously after he'd come back from his own imprisonment with Dark Beast. Gambit, Joseph, and Rogue. Gambit feeling like a bit of a third wheel because of the increasing connection that Magneto and Rogue had. Cannonball, and I think that might have been it, I believe. And they all went to Rockefeller Center, in an echo to lead up to X-Men 100. So yeah, very kind of cool how they all came together like that. But at this point, they ended up getting attacked by Gladiator. Gladiator is the leader of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard, and he's basically a Superman analog. And he ends up fighting Cannonball, and Cannonball is able to Cannonball has one of his best moments here, where he manages to block one of Gladiator's punches. And bearing in mind, like I said, Gladiator is a Superman analog. His punches are strong enough to shatter planets. And Sam absorbs it by basically channeling it into his blasting field, because while he's blasting, he's invulnerable. So he manages to channel the punch and ends up taking a punch from Gladiator, which knocks Gladiator for 6, and because Gladiator's own powers are kind of also boosted by his own will and his own self-belief, the moment of him staggering is enough for Cannonball to overpower him. But Cannonball says, the Shi'ar Empire is under attack, and sends Joseph, Rogue, Trish, Beast, and Gambit into space. And Bishop's with them as well, to help the Shi'ar Empire. Because it turns out the Shi'ar Empire is under attack from a new group of phalanx. So there's that aspect going on. So for a period in Uncanny X-Men, that is what that team was dealing with. Meanwhile, in X-Men, the other members of the team, so Scott, Jean, Wolverine, Cannonball, off the back of because Gladiator didn't send Cannonball because he said Cannonball is a youngster and it would be dishonorable to send someone so young into battle like that, despite the fact he sent Trish, who is a human. But yeah, so Storm, Jean, Scott, Wolverine, and Cannonball go to Hong Kong, where they end up dealing with they investigate some legacy virus stuff, team up with Shang-Chi, end up coming up against Kingpin, who was believed dead in New York at the time, end up finding Sebastian Shaw, who was also believed dead, because Sebastian Shaw was dealing with some legacy virus stuff and doing his own investigations out in China. On their way back to America, though, they are ambushed by Operation Zero Tolerance, because in between Onslaught and Operation Zero Tolerance, Graydon Creed ended up getting assassinated. Originally, Mystique looked like she was going to kill him. She was making plans to do it, and there's something kind of poetic there about the fact that Graydon is her son with Sabretooth. And X-Factor had been given the role of his security members, so they stopped Mystique, but he ended up dead anyway. And it wasn't revealed for years, and when it was revealed in like some time travel alternate worlds kind of story miniseries thing. So for a while, it wasn't really revealed who had killed him. I always speculated at the time that it might have been Bastion. But yeah, Bastion had used the fact that Graydon was assassinated as like an impetus to get a whole load of people to agree to Operation Zero Tolerance. It was very, very dark. And so Operation Zero Tolerance attacked and, tried to take down mutant kind. There was a lot of good tie-ins for this. X-Force ended up on the run. Generation X, who had been separated from Emma and Banshee at this point, ended up being attacked, because Operation Zero Tolerance as well used a new breed of Sentinel, which was called they were like Prime Sentinels, and the idea was that they were humans embedded with cybernetic parts and weapons that turned them into Sentinels when they detected a mutant. And it was a great idea. Like, I really love the concept of the Prime Sentinels. And there was actually a fighting game, X-Men Next Dimension, I believe it was, that actually used the Operation Zero Tolerance plotline. And the character of Bastion, and sort of brought that all to a head and kind of elaborated on that. But it was around this time that we learnt Bastion's origins. It turned out Bastion was a creation of the Siege Perilous. The Siege Perilous, when Nimrod had gone through the Siege Perilous, he had become Bastion. He had been reformed by it into this human being that wasn't quite human, but also wasn't quite a Sentinel. And that was, I thought, was a really interesting concept. Had some great. It was just a great idea. I thought it was a really good idea. And we ended up with kind of a haphazard team of X-Men being the ones that actually took him down, because Marrow, who was the leader of Gene Nation, the one who had her heart cut out by Storm, she ended up teaming up with Spider-Man to go up against a Sentinel, because the Sentinel got sent off to J. Jonah Jameson, and so Marrow and Callisto ended up sort of coming to stop the Sentinel, and Callisto got badly wounded. Marrow ended up teaming up with Iceman, who had taken a sabbatical from the X-Men because while they were investigating Graydon Creed, Cannonball and Iceman had been placed undercover in his security detail, and Iceman's cover had been blown, and his father, who had actually spoken up against Graydon Creed, had been attacked by anti-mutant protesters and left quite badly injured. And obviously Iceman's father had never been particularly supportive, so that was a big important moment for Iceman, and he left the team to sort of, to spend time help looking after his father. But then obviously Operation Zero Tolerance had happened, so he'd come back to try and help. Bastion, obviously, because of his abilities, took control of the mansion, because obviously he'd had access to Xavier, and by manipulating both Xavier and Jubilee, he had tried to learn as much as he possibly could. And he got hold of something called the Xavier Protocols, which we learned a bit more about during the Onslaught saga, because a group of X-Men had actually come to Muir Island to get hold of the Xavier Protocols, because Moira had a copy of them, because they would be the only thing that could potentially stop Xavier and stop stop Onslaught. The idea behind the Xavier protocols themselves was that essentially Xavier had come up with a way of killing every member of the X-Men. It was very, very dark. We didn't see many of them during the story, but yeah, it was a particularly dark idea. And yeah, Bastion managed to get hold of the Xavier protocols, managed to get hold of Cerebro, managed to get hold of all of Xavier's files on the mutant underground and everything like that. So he learnt about a whole load of mutants and sent Prime Sentinels to attack them. One of them who got attacked was a doctor in New York called Cecilia Reyes. Reyes's whole ability is she's able to project a force field, but she doesn't have complete control of it. She's never wanted to study. She was approached by Xavier years ago and refused because she just wanted to be a doctor. Like, that's her whole thing. She's a surgeon. She's a trauma surgeon at the ER. And so she gets attacked and she's able to throw up the shields to defend herself, but she can feel every hit coming through the shield. Like, she's not wounded by them, but she can still feel the impact. So, of course, her arms ache and, she ends up with bruises and things like that. Really interesting character. Iceman and Marrow and Cecilia basically end up being the team that goes on to confront Bastion, along with a Israeli mutant called Sabra, who's a super strong member of the Israeli government. Back when they were in a bit more good graces. She'd originally appeared as a character fighting Freedom Force, if I remember rightly. So yeah, a lot of really good ideas. They did manage to defeat Bastion because basically the UN saw how drastic his attacks were. Public opinion turned almost immediately. And J. Jonah Jameson, Nick Fury, other characters like that were all investigating, and eventually S.H.I.E.L.D. got tasked to shut Operation Zero Tolerance down. But yeah, there was a lot of interesting moments throughout the whole thing. Like, Cyclops ended up with a bomb implanted in his chest and other things like that. The team ended up arriving back to the mansion, like, scattered. There was a whole load of scattered team members all arrived back at the mansion. And, they arrived back and the mansion had been stripped clean, like everything, even every fleck of paint off the walls, everything was gone. Every piece of technology, gone. The surgical suite, the danger room, the plane, everything, all gone. And, they had nothing. And Xavier was still missing as well. But they managed to, with Cecilia's know-how and some knowledge and other implements that from some of the other characters, they were able to operate and remove this bomb out of Cyclops. It was around this point that the remaining of members of the space team came back, the ones who had stopped the Phalanx and the Shi'ar Empire. And I say the remaining members because not all of them had made it home. While confronting the Phalanx, Bishop had gotten close with Deathbird, who is Lilandra's sister and a bit of a maniac. Deathbird had escorted the team back to Earth. In doing so, their ship had been attacked, and Bishop and Deathbird had been stranded in the far reaches of space, while the other team members had managed to make it back to Earth with the wrecked half of their ship. But they had arrived in the Antarctic. And they eventually found some sort of safety where they were interrogated by a character called Eric the Red. Now, Eric the Red is a character that has been linked to the Shi'ar before, back during the Phoenix Saga, but also seems to be used as a disguise. And Eric the Red basically put Gambit on trial. And it's here that we learned what Gambit's secret was. Turned out, Gambit had gone to Mr. Sinister years ago for a favor in terms of controlling his power, because Gambit's powers, are quite potentially very, very powerful. He's able to charge the energy within something and turn it into kinetic energy, which causes it to explode. He essentially affects molecules. Now, he'd had his powers limited by Mr. Sinister. And as a result, he owed Mr. Sinister a favor. Mr. Sinister had gathered the Marauders and wanted Gambit to show them into the Morlock tunnels because Gambit knew the access. And Gambit did. And then, of course, the Marauders started the Mutant Massacre. Gambit tried to stop them, but before he was cut down by Sabretooth, he reveals that pretty much the only character he was able to save was a little girl with bones sticking out of her head every which way, which was essentially the young Marrow. And yeah, this is Gambit's secret history, his dark secret, heart of everything. The fact that he was the one responsible for leading the Marauders into the Morlock tunnels. Mr. Sinister had decided to attack the Morlocks because he'd recognized elements of his own work being used in their creation, which obviously links back to Dark Beast. And it's here that this truth is revealed to the X-Men for the first time. And, you know, it's not just the Spaceborne team, because Psylocke and Angel end up being involved in this as well, because they ended up hooking up with a character called Maggot. Maggot was this... he cuts quite a mysterious figure when he initially appears, and then the writers changed, and... he becomes a bit less interesting as a character, but I still quite like him. Essentially, he's a character who his internal digestive system becomes these mutant slugs that come out of his body and eat for him. And as a result, he's able to turn what they eat into strength. And he was originally hunting Joseph. Like, he originally appeared sort of pursuing Joseph through several issues. And... we reveal that it's basically because Magneto is the one who had sort of helped trigger his powers when he was younger and had essentially saved Maggot's life. But yeah, Maggot had sort of ended up meeting Warren, Angel and Psylocke, which had brought them to Antarctica with the rest of the team. And obviously the reveal of what Gambit had done kind of broke the team. You know, Rogue was obviously infuriated. Angel, because obviously that's how he had lost his wings, he was incensed. And it was just this very dark moment. And Rogue actually ends the story leaving Gambit behind in Antarctica. And he does eventually survive, and it led into his own title with his own issues. Where we kind of explored how he survived and the aftermath when he returned to the team. But, it was a lot of dark stuff. You know, Gambit got his own big ongoing series for a while. But yeah, I've got to say I quite like this story, the Trial. It was the 350th issue of Uncanny X-Men, The Trial. And it was one I actually owned. It was really good. And it's revealed on the final page that Eric the Red has been used as a disguise. And in this time, the disguise is Magneto, like the actual Magneto. So then that raises the question of who Joseph is. So yeah, this era of the 90s, a lot of this was written by Scott Lobdell and Mark Waid. And yeah, I really enjoy their run. Like, Scott Lobdell has had a bit of a muddled career since. He was very heavily involved in a lot of New 52 stuff. I don't think that his work necessarily is bad, but obviously he was struggling under the editorial mandates that came with a lot of the New 52 at DC. But Mark Waid, I've generally liked most things I've read by him. You know, he's done runs on Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, so many other characters that I've read throughout the years. Iron Man as well. He ends up coming back to X-Men later on as well, I believe. So yeah, lots of good stuff. There was this era really did feel like between Onslaught and Operation Zero Tolerance, and then obviously the reveal of Gambit's secret, all these changing shifts and characters leaving the team and coming back to the team. I really enjoyed a lot of this era. And I know a lot of people, like I said, kind of write off the 90s and write off these big event storylines. But I think if you can find a good way of reading these comics, there's some decent stuff here. Because, you know, as bad as a lot of 90s comics was, especially during the crash, between sort of 93 and 96, there was a reason X-Men was consistently selling, and it's because it was good. So, yeah, that's what I've got to say to that. But we've spent enough time on the 90s. Let's start moving beyond the 90s and into the 2000s, shall we? Right, folks, I was hoping to carry on with this episode, but I'll be honest with you, I'm looking at the time so far that it's taken, and this episode is ending up going to be a lot longer than I expected. There's a lot of history for the X-Men, and I do kind of want to cover all of it because I love the X-Men, and so much of it becomes elements of other things, like, from how much reference I've made already in this episode to my previous episodes about both the X-Men animated series and the comic book Crash. I think it's quite apparent just how much I'm probably going to end up referring to the X-Men in the future, as well as, how important it is to me that I kind of have all this documented, have all this out there. And the Onslaught, Operation Zero Tolerance stuff, it may not be the best place to end, but it is a good dividing point, because like The Watcher and Apocalypse say during the title, it is the end of an age, like something new is coming on the horizon. And what was actually coming on the horizon is the modern age of comics. And, modern Marvel, for anyone who doesn't really read it, since about the mid-2000s, Marvel has become very, very connected. And it's a bit less so nowadays because they are more clear on jumping on points and trying to really sort of earmark books as seasons almost. They take a volume approach. So it's to use the example of Daredevil, for example, there was a recent Daredevil run by Chip Zdarsky, and it kind of built off of some stuff that had come before. I believe the previous run was by Matt Fraction, but it was also kind of doing its own thing. And then it was taking Daredevil in kind of a different direction. And then that run ended, and then a new Daredevil run started, and that run was involved with some major crossovers and things like that. That was when we had the Devil's Reign crossover, because Marvel loves its crossovers and events nowadays. And in the mid-2000s there was a shift between kind of X-Men focused events through to full Marvel Universe events, but the X-Men are still kind of involved in that, so I'm going to cover that when I get to it. And, obviously the Marvel Cinematic Universe took over, so the Avengers became much more of a focal point. And so, there was the Devil's Reign event, which was a Daredevil event, which then led to another new volume of Daredevil with another new writer and other stuff like that. And this is just how comics work in the modern age. The thing is with Marvel, like I said, because they love their crossovers, they love their big events, a lot of it becomes very, very connected. And because of events that did actually happen to the X-Men during the 2000s, so much of it, while there are jumping on points for new readers, so much of it involves some previous continuity, or at least continuity and knowledge of the previous 5 to 10 years of comics, depending on when you're joining. To the point that there's very few eras where you can come in completely blind. And so I kind of want to talk about all of that. And obviously this is the era that I am far more familiar with. I've read so much more of it. Just as you probably saw with the latest parts of this particular one, where I've read most of the 90s stuff. Because I am just more familiar with it, I'm aware of a lot more of the nuance. And in the 90s, I was only really reading X-Men. In the modern age, I've read X-Men, X-Factor, X-Force, New X-Men, and so much of it all connects and builds upon each other. So I kind of want to cover all of that. And so to do that, I think because of the length of this episode, I'm going to have to split it into two. Because it's a lot, and, you know, I do want to cover it. But I'm going to take a break from the X-Men for a bit. You know, I've got Doctor Who, I've got some other stuff that I want to cover first, and then I'm going to come back with X-Men and do the rest of it, I think. I hope you've enjoyed this episode as it is. I think, like I said, a lot of what I've covered for X-Men here is very interesting, and I think how much of it builds on stuff that's come before. Like, X-Men is great at its own continuity, even with how big and muddled it gets. Like, so many of the writers, like the fact that Gambit's secret tied back to the Mutant Massacre, didn't have to. You know, they used Age of Apocalypse as a way of explaining the Mutant Massacre, the whole idea of Dark Beast, you know, because that had been a mystery. It had been a mystery that had just been left. Like, why did the Marauders attack the Morlocks? What did they hope to gain from it? Well, it's like, now we know. And, you know, more stuff continues to build like that. You know, we'll see revelations about Phoenix and about other characters like that as we go forward. We'll see things building off of the back of Bastion and Zero Tolerance. We'll see all sorts of cool stuff in the next part of this. But yeah, I think because this is already a 4-hour podcast, which already makes it one of my longest, but I don't necessarily want this to be the very longest, because I've recently just done my longest podcast episode ever, and it was an anniversary one. It was the Power Rangers one for my 75th episode. So I don't want to then immediately overshadow that with a long X-Men one when I could just break it into 2 parts. And I think that's probably going to be better. You know, I've done about the first 30 years of X-Men already. You know, a bit more actually, probably about 35. So yeah, we'll come back next time and I'll do the next 25 years of X-Men history. And that gives me a chance to hopefully maybe try and finish the current era of X-Men so I'm all caught up. So that I can give a proper review of all the Krakoan stuff, which I'm going to get to. So yeah, if you recognise that name from earlier, surely that's got you intrigued. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to break this up into 2 halves and I'll come back to it soon. Very soon. I'm not sure exactly when. I've got a few other episodes I want to try and get out first and get recorded. Hopefully you're hearing this sort of early March, so it will still be before the April anniversary. But yeah, that's all I can say for now. So, until next time, my friends, you all look after yourselves the very best you can. As always, take the utmost care you can of your physical and mental health. I wish nothing but the best for all of you. I'm so grateful for all of you listening and all of your engagement with this podcast. I love you all. Bye for now. Until next time, my friends.
Thank you, my friends, for once again joining me on Garhdo Goes Geek. Your continued support for this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful for every single one of you who stays and listens to one of my episodes. It means the absolute world. Now, if you would like to engage more with me or the podcast, we have a Discord community, small but growing, and we now have commissions open on Ko-Fi. So if there's a topic you would like to see me cover, you can pay me to cover it. All funds will be used for legal purchase of the relevant items where I do not have them. Have a look on the link tree for more information. Until next time, look after yourselves.